All members of council are present, your worship.
Thank you. I'm going to save any announcements to the council and committee meeting that follows. So I'm going to move to declarations of pecuniary interest. Are there any? There being none, then I'm going to move to correspondence. And Councillor Dubanow, you have a resolution regarding Kin Canada Day.
I do, your worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Flagg. The council proclaims February 20th, 2023 as Kin Canada Day and February 19th through 25th, 2023 as Kin Canada Week, and approves that the Kin flag be flown at Town Hall.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor of the resolution? That is unanimous. That takes us then to Councillor McDermott and the municipal alcohol policy.
Thank you, Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Christensen, that Council waives Section 1.1 of the Municipal Alcohol Policy Bylaw Number 7299 as amended to permit the consumption of alcohol at special events 2023 by any board or committee ensured by the Corporation of the Town of Port Erie, pending future staff recommendations to amend the existing policy.
Any questions or comments? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I'm just wondering, does that mean that the different organizations, committees, are going to basically include Town of Fort Erie as a carrier for $2 million or $5 million liability or something, like in their insurance?
Mr. CAO.
Through the chair, so it's my understanding that there are terms and conditions under our special event permitting process. So the agency holding the event would be required to carry an equivalent amount of the liability insurance that we would request.
Okay, and it's only for special events, right?
Through the chair, yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so that they can't have a board meeting and have alcohol there and...
If it's a special event.
Okay, I get it. Bye. That's it. Bye.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor of the resolution? None opposed, that is carried. Got any special event in mind? Councillor Noyes, you have the resolution for us to move into closed session.
Yes, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Lewis that the council will now hold a closed session meeting at 5:34 p.m. to consider the following. Pursuant to Section 239 in brackets B of the Municipal Act 2001, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and Section 239E of the Municipal Act 2001, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. In regard RE litigation matter, proposed minutes of settlement.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is unanimous, so we'll go into closed session. Councillor Lewis, you have the resolution for us to rise from closed session.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Christensen that council does now rise and reconvene from closed session at 5:54 p.m. With report as directed.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried. That takes us into consideration of bylaws, and Councillor Flagg, you have the resolution for the bylaw package. Is there any bylaw that anyone wishes removed from the package? If not, please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Dubanow, the bylaw package containing 14/2/2023 to amend bylaw number 97215 to appoint deputy clerks for the purposes of Commissioner for taking affidavits Act and Courts of Justice Act, 15/2023 to enact an amendment to the official plan adopted by bylaw number 15006 for the town of Fort Erie Planning Area Amendment number 66-0-17482 and 0-17484 Black Creek Road, 5009823 Ontario Inc. and Black Creek Comprop Inc., Mitch Williams and Mike Colosimo owners, 162023 to amend zoning bylaw number 12990 as amended 0-17482 and 0-17484 Black Creek Road, 5009823 Ontario Inc. and Black Creek Comprop Inc., Mitch Williams and Mike Colosimo owners is given first and second reading.
All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. That bylaw package is on the floor for any questions or comments. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. In regards to bylaw number 16/2023, in regards to Black Creek, somewhere in there, should it not say that stacked townhouses would not be allowed? Because it refers to as townhouses again, but doesn't really describe or eliminate the need for stacked townhouses.
Mr. Hurlovich, I suppose because it's not in there, that means it's not a permitted use, but... Worship, that is correct.
Okay, so that,
So it's not there, so it means it's not permitted.
okay, so the term townhouses would not include stacked townhouses.
Mr. Hurlovich.
That's right. Yes,
Okay.
that's right.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? If not, then we'll go to third and final reading, and that is Councillor Christensen.
(2023) 16/2023 are given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and clerk.
Are there any questions? Sorry to cut you off. Continue on.
Under the corporate seal.
Thank you. All those any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. That then takes us to Councillor Noyes with first and second reading for the confirmatory bylaw.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Lewis that bylaw number 17/2023 to confirm the actions of council at its special council meeting held on February 13th, 2023 is given first and second reading.
All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. And Councillor McDermott, third and final reading.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Christensen, that bylaw number 17/2023 is given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and clerk under the corporate seal.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. And Councillor Dubanow, the final resolution.
Yes, Your Worship, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Flagg. That council adjourns at 5:58 p.m. to reconvene into a regular meeting of council on February 27th, 2023.
All those in favor? That is unanimous. So we will come back in 2 minutes to start the council. Thank you. I'd like to call this council and committee meeting to order. Madam Clerk, the roll call, please.
All members of council are present, your worship.
Thank you. We have an addendum this evening. There are a couple of delegations under infrastructure services with respect to the Waverly Beach Trail reconstruction. Marcy Jacklin of Community Voices of Fort Erie and June Chip. So when we get to infrastructure services, Councillor Noyes, they'll be on your agenda. Just some very brief announcements. This is Black History Month, and we have an interesting history in connection with the Underground Railway, in particular in Fort Erie, and the migration of blacks into this area from as early as the end of the 18th century into the 19th century. And during this most recent last several decades, we've had a lot of migration from Africa. So we have in Fort Erie a particularly interesting and rich history, and it's something that we all should be cognizant of and we should celebrate. Second thing I wanted to make reference to is the federal government recently passed the Underused Housing Act, which has an impact on residents who own, non-residents who own property in Fort Erie, in particular, any place really in an urban area in Canada. We have a lot of seasonal residents who own property which are caught by that. I've had a number of communications from some of the residents. I've had ongoing communication with both Tony Baldinelli, our MP, as well as Vance Badaway, the MP of the neighboring riding, who is a member of the government. And so they have had communication with the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, who is responsible for this legislation. The exemption that's been provided for seasonal residents doesn't really assist a lot of our seasonal residents, many of whom have lived in homes in Fort Erie for literally generations. And so I've had that continuing dialogue and will continue to work with them to try to find a solution so that our summer residents, many of whom contribute to the life of our community, support a number of our events, some of our organizations, and in many respects are valued members of our community. We're going to keep working to try to support them with respect to this issue. And then finally, I just wanted to point out that the town is having its general levy and library budget deliberations Wednesday of this week. The region is wending its way through its challenging budget process. They've got another meeting Thursday of this week, and will be, by the end of February, probably coming to some conclusions with respect to where the region and town budgets will end up. That, of course, is of interest to everyone who owns property or pays property taxes in Fort Erie. I want to assure you that we're working as diligently as we can to try to make sure that the impact is as minimized as possible, facing tough challenges, and I know that property owners around the community are facing difficult challenges as well. Those are the announcements. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Your Worship. Under 10.2 land matters, specifically item 12, request to purchase land on Florence Drive. That's my wife and myself purchasing that land.
Okay. Anything further? Any other declarations? Excuse me. So we've got some upcoming public meetings and open houses. The final budget meeting is scheduled for this Wednesday. That will deal with, as I said, the library and the general levy operating budget. If we have to go to another meeting, that will be a week from Wednesday. Those meetings are held here in the council chambers at 6 o'clock. We expect that we will be passing the budget bylaws on February the 27th, which will be the final general levy budget bylaw and the general capital budget bylaw. There's an open house with respect to proposed bylaw amendment for 316 Ridgeway Road on February the 21st, 2023. That will be here in the Town Hall atrium. There's another open house scheduled for February the 22nd with respect to a zoning bylaw amendment for 3624 Hazel Street. And again, 5 o'clock here in the Town Hall atrium. There's some public meetings which are scheduled for later this month and the beginning of next month. Proposed draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment with respect to a property known as Crescent Acres. It's to the east of Crescent Road, south of Garrison Road. That is scheduled for February the 27th, 6 o'clock here in the council chambers. The report, information report, which will be available for council, will be available for the public by 5 p.m. on February the 23rd, 23 on our website. There's a proposed combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 214 Courtright Street. That is scheduled for February the 27th, 2023 as well at 6 o'clock. And again, the report will be available on February the 23rd at 5 p.m. There are some further public meetings scheduled for March the 6th. These relate to 229 Cherry Hill Boulevard South. That's a proposed zoning bylaw amendment. Another proposed zoning bylaw amendment for property on Courtright Street, which is to the west of Central Avenue. Also a proposed zoning bylaw amendment for property on Schooley Road, and a final public meeting on that date for 4409 Erie Road, a proposed zoning bylaw amendment. Those meetings are all scheduled for March the 6th at 6 o'clock. They will proceed presumably in that order, and the information reports for all of them will be available on our website on Wednesday, March the 1st, 2023 at 5 o'clock. This evening we had a couple of public meetings. And the first, they will follow the following process. We will call the public meeting with respect to the specific item. A member of staff will then address council and provide us with information relative to the background to the proposed application. Members of council will have an opportunity to ask questions of our staff member. Thereafter, the proponent or the applicant will have an opportunity to address council and respond to any questions we might have. And then after that, I will ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak in support of the application other than the proponent, and anyone who comes forward is subject to being asked questions by members of council. And following that, I'll ask if there's anyone that wishes to speak in opposition to the application or has questions with respect to the application that they require clarification on. There will also be an opportunity for individuals to participate in this meeting digitally, so I will ask Mr. Patton, who's monitoring the computer there, whether there's anyone who wishes to speak to council through the Zoom function. And then I'll be asking the clerk if she has received any late information that was not part of the report that we have before us this evening. So having said all of that, we're going to start with the proposed zoning bylaw amendment with respect to 533 and 549 Ridge Road North. And we are going to hear from Mr. Vanderveen, who is going to provide us with some background information on this application. Good evening, Mr. Vanderveen.
Redekop and Council. Welcome members of the public here in attendance and also who may be joining us virtually. Just going to pull up my presentation here. So this public meeting is for the proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 533 and 549 Ridge Road North. The owners are 1855838 Ontario Inc. and Richard James DeCourt. The agent is Upper Canada Consultants, represented by Ethan Lamont. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information and a recommendation to council regarding the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. The purpose of this application is to rezone the subject lands to facilitate a future severance and boundary adjustment application. This proposal will result in creation of 2 new parcels fronting on Ridge Road North for future residential use. The 2 existing single detached dwellings will be severed onto separate retained parcels. The front portion of the subject lands are currently zoned Residential 1 R1 zone, and the rear portion is zoned Neighborhood Development ND zone in accordance with the town zoning bylaw. A zoning bylaw amendment is required to facilitate the proposed severances and boundary adjustment. The application is proposing to rezone the front portion of the subject lands to Residential 2A R2A zone and a site-specific Residential 2A R2A zone for one of the proposed lots. The site-specific R2A zone is requested for increased lot coverage for a detached garage on one of the retained parcels. The ND zone will be maintained on the rear portion of the subject lands. Notification of the February 13th, 2023 public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act by placing a notice in the January 19, 2023 edition of the Fort Erie Post newspaper. In addition, all property owners within 120 meters were mailed a notice of complete application and public meeting on January 23rd, 2023. So this slide shows a timeline of the development application process. We're currently at the public meeting and information recommendation report stage. It's shown there in red. If the information recommendation report is approved this evening, staff will bring the amending bylaw forward to council for the meeting on February 27th. The subject property is located in the Ridgeway Thunder Bay neighborhood of the town of Fort Erie on the west side of Ridge Road North. The site is just north of Hazel Street. The site is approximately 0.94 hectares in area. The following summarizes the land uses surrounding the subject property. To the north, single detached dwellings in Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the Royal Ridge development. To the south, single detached dwellings in Hazel Street. To the east, Ridge Road North, single detached dwellings, vacant residential land, in the former Ridgeway Crystal Beach High School site. To the west, vacant residential land that was the former site of the now demolished Birdie Public School. The subject property is currently designated low-density residential in the Ridgeway Thunder Bay Secondary Plan. The low-density residential designation permits use of the land for single-detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and duplex dwellings. This is a survey sketch illustrating the proposed lot configuration for the subject lands. The two retained lots are Part 1 and Part 5. The two new lots are Part 2 and 6, and Parts 3 and 4. The existing single-detached dwellings on Part 1 and Part 5 will be retained. Construction of a single detached dwelling is proposed for Part 3 and 4, and Part 2 and 6 along Ridge Road North. The rear portion of Part 2 and Part 6 will be reserved for future land consolidation and development. If this zoning bylaw amendment is approved, an application to the Committee of Adjustment will follow for the severances and boundary adjustment. The subject property is currently zoned Neighborhood Development ND Zone in Residential 1 R1 Zone in the Town Zoning Bylaw. This zoning bylaw amendment proposes to change the zoning of the front portion of the subject lands to Residential 2A R2A Zone, shown in yellow on the above drawing. A site-specific R2A zone is also proposed for 549 Ridge Road North, Part 1 dark red on the drawing. The site-specific R2A zone will permit increased lot coverage for an existing detached garage at the rear of the dwelling. The increase in lot coverage is from 10% to 12%. Finally, the rear portion of the subject properties is proposed to change to a site-specific neighborhood development ND zone, that's shown in orange on the drawing. This area is intended for future land consolidation and development. The site-specific ND zoning will permit the area of 6,300 square meters or 0.63 hectares. This is required as the base ND zone regulations require as existing lot area. The lot area of the ND portion will change as a result of the proposed severances and boundary adjustment. So this is looking into the subject site from Hazel Street. So these would be the lands at the rear that would be going to the site-specific neighborhood development zone. This is looking west at 533 Ridge Road North. So this is one of the retained parcels. The single detached dwelling will remain. This is looking west into the site from Ridge Road North. These are roughly the area where the two new parcels will be created and will front onto Ridge Road North. This is looking west at 549 Ridge Road North. Again, this would be one of the retained parcels and the existing dwelling will be retained. And just to conclude, because this is an information recommendation report, staff believe this is supportable from a zoning perspective, and it complies with the provincial policy statement, growth plan, and Niagara official plan. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vanderveen. Any members of council have any questions? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, to Mr. Vanderdeen. Thank you for your presentation. I'm just wondering about the lot frontage. One is only going to have 10.66, is that correct?
Yeah, just to clarify that. So on this sketch here, oh, maybe I'll go to this one, sorry. Oop. Yeah, so the lot you're referring to actually will have 13.33 meters lot frontage. So part 3 and part 4 will be forming one lot with that amount of frontage.
Like, I'm just trying to turn my head sideways to see it. So the 10.66, what's going to happen to the 10.66? That's going to change to 13.332?
Yeah, if you take a look at the, there's a dimension there, 2.67. That would be added, that's the width of part 3, that would be added to part 4, and that would form a lot 13.33 meters in width.
Oh, okay, and what is the current requirement for that?
Under the current zoning, it's R1 zone, which is 18 meters lot frontage, which is why a zoning bylaw amendment was required.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Vanderveen? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
So this is an opportunity then for the applicant or the applicant's agent to address council.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm Ethan Lamont. I'm a planner with Upper Canada Consultants. I do have a presentation. I'm not sure. Oh, here we go. So I do have a few short slides prepared to give an overview of the proposal, and then I'll be available for any questions afterwards. So the lands affected by the proposed amendment are known municipally as 533 and 549 Ridge Road North, as shown in this photo. The properties are on the west side of Ridge Road and are north of Hazel Street. And for context, as Darren mentioned, the property is immediately east of the former Birdie Public School site and are southwest of the former Ridgeway Crystal Beach High School, which are both visible in this photo. They're both residentially developed properties, each with the dwelling and accessory structures, which are located towards Ridge Road. As you can see in the image, the lots are fairly large in comparison to surrounding residential lots and have very deep rear yards, which are largely underutilized and vacant. The properties are located in the Ridgeway Thunder Bay Secondary Plan area, where they're designated as low-density residential. The low-density residential designation is intended for single-detached, semi-detached, and duplex dwellings. The properties are located, in terms of zoning, the property is bisected by a zone boundary, with the eastern half where the dwellings are located being zoned as residential 1, and the western half of the property being zoned as neighborhood development. The neighborhood development zone acts as a placeholder for larger parcels whose development requires additional applications such as plans of subdivision. So the intent of this subject zoning bylaw amendment is to establish zoning conformity to allow for the creation of 4 single detached lots fronting onto Ridge Road North. 2 of the proposed lots will contain the existing single detached dwellings, which are shown as the orange or reddish orange and green lots in this image, with 2 infill lots proposed between the existing dwellings. So those are shown in yellow and blue. The large vacant rear yard areas of the properties are to be consolidated together as a result of the proposed lot creation. The intent is that these lands will be developed in the future together with adjacent lands in accordance with the Ridgeway Thunder Bay Secondary Plan. For the time being, the consolidated lands will remain as part of one of the single detached lots in order to maintain frontage until independent frontage for this area can be provided. So the proposed zoning bylaw amendment consists of 2 components. The first component is the rezoning of the proposed single detached parcels from the residential 1 zone to the residential 2A zone, which permits and regulates single detached development on the proposed lot sizes. One site-specific provision is requested to increase the maximum permitted accessory structure coverage by 2% to allow for the existing accessory structure to remain in place on Part 1, which is the lot shown in green. No other site-specific relief is required or requested, and the future single detached dwellings will be subject to the standard R2A zone provisions. The second component of the zoning bylaw amendment application is the adjustment of the neighborhood development zone boundary to follow the rear lot line of the proposed residential lots. This is to ensure that the vacant lands remain in the neighborhood development zone until future development applications are made per the intent of the neighborhood development zone. 2 technical zoning modifications are required to permit the adjustment of the neighborhood development zone boundary. As proposed, the first modification is the reduction in lot frontage from 18 meters to 0 meters. This is due to the fact that the lot frontage is not contained in the portion of the parcel that's in the neighborhood development zone. The frontage is in the R2A zone area. The second modification is to modify the as-existing lot area requirement due to the change in the zone boundary. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lamb. Any members of council? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. In regards to, and perhaps you don't know this, not that I do. Do you have any idea what the size of the houses that are planned on that? Any idea of what's going to be 2-story or bungalows, or any idea at all?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the question. At this point in time, I'm not sure. There is no plans for the future houses, but like I said, they would be subject to the standard zoning provisions.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members of council? Thank you very much, Mr. Lamb.
Thank you.
So we're going to ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak in favor of the application other than the proponent. This is your opportunity to come forward and speak to council. Mr. Patton, is there anyone in the waiting room that appears interested in speaking to council on this particular application?
Give them a second to put their hand up. But
Okay.
not seeing anybody, Your Worship.
Okay, then I'm going to ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the application or ask questions of council with respect to the application. Mr. Patton, maybe take another run at that too.
Not seeing any hands, Your Worship.
Okay. So one last time, is there anyone who wishes to speak to council with respect to this application, please come forward. If not, Madam Clerk, any communications to you from anyone relative to this application?
No, I have not received any, Your Worship.
All right, then I'm going to declare this public meeting closed, and we are going to deal with report PDS 06-2023. Do I have a mover for that report? Councillor Dubanow? Are there any questions or comments by members of council? Okay, just so that it's clear, then this is not only an information report, but a recommendation report, and if passed, we will then be entertaining a bylaw to make these amendments. Everyone's clear on that? I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the recommendations in the report? Opposed? That is carried. So that takes us then to the second public meeting, which is relative to 613 Helena Street. Be the same process. I will again call on the same individuals in the same order, except this time it won't be Mr. Vanderveen, it'll be Ms. Mackenzie Cece. Or it is Mr. Vanderveen. What happened to Ms. Cece?
She's on the third one.
She's on the third one. Okay. Okay. We just leave the difficult ones for you. I see we haven't changed that pattern. Okay. So you may proceed. Yes, I did jump ahead. Maybe I was trying to get there a little sooner. Okay, you can proceed whenever you wish, Mr. Vanderveen.
Thanks, Mayor Redekop. I just don't see my presentation here. Yeah, if you don't mind. Thanks. Just be a moment.
Okay, thanks for your patience, everyone. This public meeting is for the proposed plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment for 613 Helena Street. The owner is SS Fort Erie Inc. The principals are Hunan Siddiqui and Mohammed Feroz. The agent is IBI Group, Tracy Tucker. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information regarding a proposed plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment for 613 Helena Street. This application is seeking to permit development of a plan of subdivision on the subject lands consisting of 17 blocks intended for 135 street townhouse dwellings, a block for a stormwater management pond, a block for an environmental buffer area, and a block for a road widening. The zoning is proposed to change from neighborhood development ND zone to a site-specific residential multiple 1 RM1 zone. The environmental conservation EC overlay zone is proposed to be reconfigured to protect the block intended as an environmental buffer area. Notification of the February 13th, 2023 public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act by placing a notice in the February 19th, 2023 edition of the Fort Erie Post newspaper. In addition, all property owners within 120 meters were mailed a notice of complete application in public meeting on January 23rd, 2023. So this slide shows a timeline of the development application process. We are currently at the public meeting and information report stage as shown in red. This application was originally initiated in 2018 and has undergone several revisions following consultation between the applicant and the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. Staff intend to bring forward a recommendation report on this proposal in March. The site is approximately 8.14 hectares in area. The following summarizes the land uses surrounding the subject property. To the north, vacant wooded lands that are designated as provincially significant wetlands. To the south, vacant wooded lands that are also designated as provincially significant wetlands. To the east, 2 single detached dwellings in vacant wooded lands that are designated as provincially significant wetlands. To the west, vacant wooded lands that are partially designated as provincially significant wetlands. Staff note that the subject property does not have access to municipal servicing at the current time. The developer will be responsible for all associated costs to extend required municipal services into the subject lands. Since the planned lots are within the urban boundary, they must be serviced by the municipal sanitary sewer and water distribution system. The subject property is currently designated urban residential, environmental conservation, and environmental protection in the town's official plan. The urban residential land use designation permits use of the land for a variety of residential uses, including townhouse dwellings. The subject property is also located within Site-Specific Policy Area 5, Craft Drain Area. This site-specific policy area requires an environmental planning study in accordance with the natural heritage policies of the official plan. An environmental impact study and addendum was completed in support of this proposal. The site-specific policy area also states that the study should be prepared in association with the neighborhood plan. This proposal is being brought forward as the subject property is an isolated pocket that is surrounded by environmental protection areas. There is no possibility of connection or integration with a larger neighborhood at this location. Schedule C, natural heritage features of the town's official plan identify portions of the property to be provincially significant wetlands, significant natural area and woodlands over 2 hectares. The site is under the regulation of the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. The applicant has been working with the NPCA to revise the proposal to prevent any impacts on natural heritage features. Planning staff note that the development area will be contained within the white area, which is largely unconstrained by natural heritage features. A 15-meter vegetated buffer area will also surround the development area to provide separation from the wetland and wooded areas to the north, south, and the west. This area will receive environmental conservation EC overlay zoning. There are also 2 ponds in the buffer area, known as 5A and 5B. The NPCA has confirmed that 5B can remain as it is within the environmental buffer area. 5A is partially within the development area and will need to be relocated elsewhere on the subject property. There are no natural hazard areas or fish habitat on the subject property. So this is the proposed draft plan of subdivision for 16 Helena Street. The subdivision features 17 blocks intended for 135 street townhouse dwellings, 1 block for a stormwater management pond, 1 block for an environmental buffer area, and 1 block for a road widening for Helena Street. The draft plan features a crescent-shaped road that connects to Helena Street in 2 locations. The density of the development area is 52 units per hectare. The overall density of the entire site is 16.58 units per hectare. The subject property is currently zoned Neighborhood Development ND Zone, Environmental Conservation EC Overlay Zone, and Environmental Protection EP Zone in the town zoning bylaw. This zoning bylaw amendment proposes to change the zoning from Neighborhood Development ND Zone to a site-specific residential multiple 1 RM1 zone to permit the proposed street townhouse dwellings. The site-specific RM1 zoning also proposes the following special provisions. Reduce minimum lot area for non-corner townhouse lots from 200 square meters to 155 square meters. Removal of the maximum lot coverage regulations for interior and exterior street townhouse dwellings. Currently 60% lot coverage is the maximum for interior units and 40% for exterior units. Increase maximum density from 35 units per hectare to 52 units per hectare. And removal of the requirement for a 4.5 meter planting strip where it abuts a street. It is noted that the proposed townhouse dwellings meet all of the setback requirements of the proposed RM1 zoning. The zoning bylaw amendment also proposes to add environmental conservation EC overlay zone to the block to be used as an environmental buffer area. This will increase the amount of EC overlay zone on the subject property. Environmental protection EP zoned areas will remain unchanged. So this is an illustration of the proposed zoning. So the development areas where the street townhouses will be located are shown in yellow. The environmental conservation buffer area, the lands to be zoned EC zone, are shown in darker green. There's a stormwater management pond to the west, shown in a lighter shade of green. And the 2 red circles on this diagram illustrate the location of the 2 ponds that exist on site. So pond 5B to the north is within the buffer, and the Conservation Authority has confirmed that it can remain as is. Pond 5A towards the south is partially within the development area. The Conservation Authority has asked that that be removed and relocated elsewhere on site. This is looking west into the site from Helena Street. So this is towards the southern edge of the property. You can see it's, at least the front portion has been cleared and it's being used as a non-conforming agricultural operation. This is looking west from Helena Street. This is the existing dwelling, municipally known as 613 Helena Street. And this is the northern limits of the property, again looking west from Helena Street. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vanderveen. Any members of council have any questions? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. One question, you mentioned the pond on the property that has to be relocated. Do any of the maps in there show where the pond is being relocated to? I know one is staying, but I didn't see any reference to where the other was going.
Yeah, through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Lewis, that's to be determined with the Conservation Authority. However, it will have to maintain the existing size of the existing pond.
No further questions.
Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. In regards to the number of houses, 135 townhouses, but there's also in the report, there's nothing about any park anywhere near. That's not within walking distance. So I'm just wondering why that was not perhaps part of the discussion.
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Noyes. So at pre-consultation for this project, granted this is several years ago now, at the time it was thought that the town would ask for cash in lieu of parkland dedication. The thought is this site is rather isolated. They will have private amenity space in their backyards. However, if it's council's direction, we could look into provision of a park within the proposed development.
Just to clarify then, so we can ask for, instead of the 5%, we can ask for parkland instead?
That's correct.
Okay. And are there going to be any sidewalks with the townhouse? I understand that it's not a requirement, but do you know if there's going to be any?
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Noyes, there will be sidewalks within the development on one side of the road at minimum. It is rather isolated. I've been out there a few times. The actual road is a regional road. And sort of the challenge is there's nothing really for a sidewalk to connect to. The closest sort of urban area would be to the south along Albany Street. And I don't think there's any sidewalks down there either. However, that is something staff could look into further as part of the recommendation report.
Somewhere in one of this report and the next one, there's a question about the stormwater management pond being larger than it should be. Do we know why?
Through Mayor Redekop, Councillor Noyes. That was comments that we received from the coordinator of development approvals. Unfortunately, he moved on to take another position. So I think once we get that position filled, which hopefully will be soon, or we will touch base with infrastructure services to see what comments we have in regard to the size of the stormwater pond.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Vanderveen, thank you very much. Just quick question I wanted to raise. We had a brief discussion about this during the Planning and Development Services Subcommittee meeting. The developer is going to be required to construct sewer services, and my understanding is they're going to be going south down towards Albany and Washington. Is that correct?
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Dubanow, that is correct.
And thank you. And if I may continue, Your Worship, is it possible, perhaps with some dialogue with the region and the developer, if they already have to put a sanitary sewer connection in down Helena Street, I'm just wondering if we might be able to have some discussion about, urbanization of the road or some sidewalks, because they're going to have to tear it up anyway to put a sewer in, and there just might be some opportunity there. I'm just, is that something perhaps we could perhaps raise?
Yeah, through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Dubanow. Yeah, staff can certainly reach out to the region and confirm that.
Okay. And one last question, Your Worship, and just touching on what Councillor Noyes had mentioned earlier about the park. It's a concern that I shared when this first came, and which I still have, but I'm just looking at the size of the stormwater management pond in there. Is it possible, with some of the policy changes that we've had here at the town and using stormwater management ponds as amenity space, is it possible we might be able to utilize some of that space there to provide like a parkette or just an open area for residents in the neighborhood to use?
Yeah, through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Dubanow. It's a great idea. It's certainly something we can discuss with our colleagues in parks and operations, but it has been done before, so there is some potential there.
Okay. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. Councillor Christensen, did you have your hand up?
I did. Yes, through you, through Your Worship. And thank you for the presentation. I read in some of the background documentation that there had been some inadvertent destruction of existing wetlands and that they will be restored. Could you show on the map where they are?
Yes, so through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Christensen. So we had a chat with the Conservation Authority about this. Roughly, there wasn't a ton of removal as it turned out, but it was in towards the northern edge of the stormwater pond up in here. So the NPCA, as you mentioned, recommended that there be restoration measures put in place. I think they are asking for up to a 10-year duration.
Yes.
And they did confirm that will be part of their conditions of approval for the development.
I guess linking the discussion with respect to park space through Your Worship. I guess the other question I would have is with respect to the protection of the wetlands. If there are a lot of children who don't have a park space, what is the level of protective barrier that's going to be put around the wetlands? Because both myself as a child and I remember my son got into a lot of places we shouldn't have been and probably destroyed things.
Yeah, through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Christensen. Yeah, one of the recommendations of the EIS prepared by the applicant is that a solid fence be installed along the rear lot lines to basically fence off the environmental or conservation buffer area. to try and limit as much as possible kind of human intrusion into that area. So it will be fenced off. There won't be any openings into that area. That was sort of the solution, one of the recommendations of the EIS to try and preserve the buffer area.
One more question through your worship. Will there be sort of on the northern, the upper and lower areas, will there be along Helena additional fencing? Just
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Christensen, we'll clarify that. I believe so, but I'll have to go and double check with the EIS, and if not, I'll reach out to their consultant to confirm if that's the recommendation.
thank you very much.
Any other councillors? Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Vanderveen. I did note on the presentation that DSBN had requested that sidewalks be contained within the development as well. Is the applicant aware of that request, and will that be considered?
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Flagg, yeah, all the comments that were received from the agencies are contained in the report, and that was conveyed to the applicant. But I would say, yeah, that would be something that would be accommodated. The town's own standards also require a sidewalk inside the development on at least one side of the road, so that will be integrated.
Thank you, Councillor Flagg. Any other councillors? Mr. Vanderveen, then, with respect to the stormwater management pond, I believe it's the town policy that is separate and apart from parkland dedication.
I believe that is correct, yes.
And this is an 8.14 hectare parcel, which parkland dedication is 5%,
That's correct.
which would be about 0.4 of a hectare, which is more than an acre, I think.
Yeah, about an acre.
About an acre, okay. Because looking at the requests for changes to the zoning, we've got significantly reduced minimum lot area, but a suggestion that there should be no maximum lot coverage, which means you could fill up the whole thing, I suppose, the whole lot, subject to some other setbacks that they might. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think I'll let the applicant speak to that. They did provide us with some information late last week in terms of lot coverage. And their lot coverage is, based on my kind of quick review, did seem to meet our requirements, so that might be something they might be willing to compromise on.
Okay, and this is, this had been 116 units, it's now 135 that's being proposed, so there are more units. I noticed that a number of the comments that we had received were based on 116 units, and that was up until quite recently. When was the change made from 116 to 135?
The change would have taken place when we received the revised submission, which was October or November of last year,
2022.
2022.
I think there's been an open house since then.
No, the open house was in May of 2022.
Okay, so
Other than the increase in units, the development proposal hasn't really substantially changed.
okay. And these lots are going to be approximately 6 meters wide, and the rear yard will be about 6 meters, which is the size of a good sized living room, I guess. And so in terms of amenities, you made reference to there being amenity areas. We're talking about the rear yard that's going to be 6 meters by 6 meters.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know how close the closest park is?
Probably the closest would either be Waverly Beach Park, which I think, I was looking at that last week, it's about maybe 800 meters to a kilometer.
Right.
And then I think there's Albert Street Park, which is probably about the same distance to the southeast.
Probably about 1.5 miles.
Yeah.
Or Crescent Park, probably 2 miles. Okay. I think those are the questions that I had. Are there any other questions that anyone else had? Thank you very much, Mr. Vanderveen.
Thank you.
That then takes us to the proponent, and the proponent or the applicant can address us, and that would be, the agent is IBI Group, Tracy Tucker. Good evening.
Good evening, how are you?
Doing well, how are you?
Living the dream.
We can all aspire. Yeah, are you comfortable with that podium? Because that actually can go up or down.
I should be okay.
Yeah, okay. We can see you. That's good.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Tracy Tucker. I am a senior project manager with IBI Group, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant, which is SS Ford Erie Inc. So we're here to just talk about the site on Helena Street at 613 Helena Street. The site has a site area of approximately 8.15 hectares, with 200 meters of frontage along Helena Street, and it's currently used for agricultural and residential. It's essentially a hobby farm at this point. So this is the view of the site looking southwest from Helena Street. And then northwest from Helena Street, you can see the barns there. There is somebody living there, but the barns and house and everything are in a bit of disrepair. This is on-site looking northeast towards Helena Street. And then this is, as was mentioned in Mr. Van der Veen's presentation, the pond 5A, which is to be removed. And then this, sorry. This one, there we go. This is looking southeast, so this is the area where there was some removal of some bushes. We were trying to get in for survey, following the lines that were previously established, and then we went out, and most of it was not part of the none of it was part of the wetland. It was part of some of the buffer area. That will be reestablished as mentioned. So the surrounding land uses, as mentioned, there's wetland on the north, the west, and south sides, and then there's additional wetland and some residential on the east, and then further west there is residential. So the purpose of the amendment is to facilitate the draft plan of subdivision, which will rezone the lands from new development to RM1 site-specific, and to put the pond into an open space zone as well, or the swim pond into an open space zone, and then the environmental land overlay will be on the buffer lands. So the proposed development has a net developable area of 4.31 hectares, and 3.8 hectares of the land will be environmental protection. It's proposed to be 19 townhouse blocks with 135 units, 1 municipal right-of-way, a stormwater management pond, environmental protection, and a road widening block. So this is the proposed high-level development concept plan. So we do actually have sidewalks proposed on both sides of the street going out to Helena Street. I know there was a question about working with the region. I know part of why there is no sidewalks is this is drained by ditches on this street, so urbanization would require then stormwater management down Helena Street, so we'd have to talk to them about where that would go to. And that's a big part of why we've only gone out to the road where we have to. In the future, or there may be a section down the middle, we may be able to support something so that we can connect the site circularly. So the proposed zoning modifications, as mentioned, the street townhouse lot area minimum is, we're requesting to go from 215 to 155 meters squared. That is for a couple of lots. Most lots are about 200 square meters, but we have to go to the lowest number, and there's a few lots with shorter areas, and a maximum density of 52 units per hectare. Through conversations with Darrell, I did do review, and we meet the minimum lot coverage, so we're okay to remove that. That's not a problem. And then the planting strips of 4.5 meters, that's typically for a block townhouse development, which we are not, so we can't actually even comply with this. That would mean a planting strip across the entire front yard where we have driveways. We do still have the 4.5 meters for the front yard between the house, and then 6 meters to the garage. So there were a number of supporting studies proposed and that we did with the applications. These were all updated from the previous submissions by the previous owners. So we've done a revised draft plan of subdivision, the conceptual site plan, preliminary grading, servicing, and stormwater management. We've done an environmental impact and updates to the environmental impact, traffic impact studies, geotechnical, hydrogeological, water balance to make sure that we're protecting and not letting too much water into the wetland or not enough water back into the wetland in the event of a storm. So that's part of the control through the stormwater management pond. And then environmental site assessments and stage 1 and 2 archaeological. So the proposed development is consistent with the PPS. It provides a mix and range of housing. We are within the urban boundary. It utilizes an underutilized parcel of land. It will assist meeting minimum intensification targets, and it will utilize existing municipal infrastructure with the logical extension at the applicant's expense of the services from Albany Street at the south. In the regional official plan, it is designated built-up area, urban area, economic gateway, and environmental conservation. So the lands are within the built-up area. The OP permits refinements to the environmental conservation designation based on detailed studies without the need of a ROPA, which is the regional official plan amendment. It provides residential housing within the urban area, and all development will be outside of the environmental lands. And the town of Fort Erie's official plan designates the lands for residential environmental conservation in significant natural area for woodlands over 2 hectares. And it's consistent with the local official plan, permits residential development. The OP allows for refinements to environmental conservation designation based on the detailed studies, which is the environmental study which has been prepared. Appropriate servicing will be available with the logical extension from Albany, provides residential housing and provides an additional form of housing, and also provides appropriate buffers to the provincially significant wetlands, and that will be implemented through the zoning bylaw. So as mentioned before, we're looking for relief on the minimum lot area, the maximum density. We are no longer requesting lot coverage, and then we're also looking for a removal of the required landscape strip. And the development meets the minimum local lot setbacks, is consistent with the modern development standards seen throughout Ontario. It's compatible with the existing land uses, and it will protect the natural heritage features. Currently, right now, there's nothing really stopping people from going in there. We will be providing fencing, as mentioned, to prevent people from the lots from intruding, from additional and it will help to make the wetland area stronger in the future. So we have looked at the neighborhood comments that we have received, and one of them was about affordable housing. So at this point, the proposed development doesn't meet the needs or the definition of CMHC for affordable housing. However, it does provide an additional housing form, which is not currently represented too fully in Fort Erie, so it will allow for lower housing prices compared to a single-family home. Access to the schools will be provided by bus, as was confirmed by the school board. Traffic, we have done traffic studies for the development, and it has shown that there will not be a significant increase that will cause undue delays at the intersections north and south of the subject lands, as well as getting on and off of the site. The loss of prime agricultural and wildlife habitat, these lands aren't prime agricultural lands. It's a farmland that just happens to be land that just happens to be farmed. It hasn't been used to actually grow anything in recent years, and it's being used more as a hobby farm. And it has been designated by the town for development. The impacts on the wetlands, so as mentioned, we have done a water balance, which ensures that there's no negative impacts to the wetlands. So you're making sure that it stays at the same levels. You're not putting too much water in. You're not taking too much water from it through the development. The lack of playgrounds and sidewalks in the area. So as mentioned, there will be sidewalks in the area, and all units will have private amenity space. As mentioned, we meet minimum lot frontage and we meet minimum rear yard, so we've provided in that area. We will, based on the feedback, we will look at what potential, and speaking with the town, of providing a public park, noting that any public park would then be assumed by the municipality, so we need to make sure that the municipality wants to take on that responsibility of another park. And then the lack of medical facilities. This is not something that we can control. This is not something the city can control. It's not even something the region can control. So we just the more people you come, the better opportunity to get facilities brought back or brought into the town. And in conclusion, the requested amendments are appropriate as they're consistent with the PPS, the regional official plan, and are compatible with the surrounding land uses. And it will provide additional housing, provides protection to the PSW and natural heritage features, is located within the urban area and designated for residential development, and is located in an area where services can be made readily available.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tucker. Are there any members of council have any questions? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. In regards to the lack of playgrounds, I'm very concerned about that. But you were talking about amenity space, that there's amenity space in each one of these, in the backyard, so to speak. And I can't quite remember, because I know a while ago we changed that patios. If a patio was on the back of the house, is that included in the backyard, or is that part of the house, is that part of the footprint of the dwelling itself?
If it's a deck, I believe in speaking with staff, that is considered additional, not to the house. There's an additional lot coverage of 10% per unit for accessory structures.
Okay, so can we assume then, if we're looking at the backyard being, I can't remember how many meters, 6 meters, I think?
6 by 6.
That's not including a patio or a deck?
That includes the patio or deck. It would include that.
Okay, so in other words, the 6 meters may only be 4 meters or 5 meters?
Correct, if they choose to put in a patio or deck.
Which, again, okay. If the town decides that we want a park, how will that affect your planning?
It would likely either result in a loss of a couple of units, or it would be, we'd have to look and see where it would fit best on the site for one, and then we would need to talk with the town staff to see where they would like to see a park as well. This would be a park that would be exclusively for these residents, given that there's no other development opportunities out in this area. So we'd have to look at where we would put that, or potentially, as mentioned before, combining it with the swim pond, not necessarily with the swim pond, but at the front of the swim pond, as the pond is up towards the back of the site.
Okay, I guess in there you mentioned that there is housing options. The only thing I saw in this development was townhouses. What are the housing options in this development?
There's townhouses. There's no single family, and that's, so we're providing townhouses rather than single family.
Okay, so in this development itself, there's no housing options, it's just townhouses?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Noyes. Anyone else? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and through you, thank you very much for the presentation. And I know you mentioned earlier the issue with the sidewalks and the ditches that drain down Helena there. I'm going to guess that at some point, whoever you contract out, the owner of the property is going to be putting storm sewers down Helena. Do you have are we not at that point yet of determining where they're going to be placed? Are they going to be down the middle of the road and tear it up, or off to the side? Because I'm just trying to figure out there's a way we can try and get some sidewalks in there. Very narrow road, very fast, might resolve the park situation. So I'm just wondering if you had perhaps some thoughts on that.
We do have preliminary designs. I haven't seen really where they go. I haven't looked at them in a lot of detail. That's more once we get into detailed design. I do believe we will be maintaining ditches because we are not going to realign the entire street on both sides. That's sort of the direction we were given by the region as well, to maintain ditches. And then we can look at it. I can go back to our engineers. We can talk to the region. Ultimately, it's the region's decision on how this road is designed and what happens with sidewalks and without sidewalks.
Yeah, and certainly, and if I may, Your Worship, certainly, I mean, we're not necessarily need full urbanization here, but I would hope if we can find a way to get a sidewalk in there, Your Worship, I think that might resolve some of the concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other members of council? Ms. Tucker, just to go back to Councillor Noyes' point, you did say that this development meets the provincial policy statement because it provides for a mix of, a range of, and mix of housing, but it really provides townhouses.
Yes.
So
it's for the overall town. It will provide additional range of housing.
right, and would you know why we've gone from 116 units to 135?
We started with bungalow townhouses around the outside, and then through the redesign, they were switched to two-story townhouses.
So these are two-story townhouses?
Yeah.
On lots that are about 25%, you're requesting 25% smaller lot area?
Yes.
And again, just so that I'm clear on this, the rear yard is 6 meters, but if there's a patio at the back of the house, a deck, that would encroach into the 6 meters?
Correct.
So it'd be even smaller?
Correct.
Okay. And you're proposing that to increase the maximum density by almost 50%?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. That then takes us to anyone who wishes to support the application other than the proponent. Please come forward. If there is no one, then anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the application. Ms. Jacqueline and then Ms. I know it's Roxanne. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I actually have a couple of questions. Should I go ahead?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm really concerned about the 15-meter buffer, especially around an EPA. I think that, people have a tendency to throw their yard waste over the fence and things like that, and all of a sudden that 15 meters becomes 10 meters, and then the kids are out there playing and everything, and all of a sudden the meter, it shrinks, and all of a sudden the EPA or wetlands are being compromised. So I just question that 15-meter buffer. My second question, I'll get them all out because they might be related. Biodiversity offsetting, which is moving the pond. That pond looked like it had bulrushes. Maybe it would, I don't know. Obviously haven't done any kind of wildlife surveys up there, but it concerns me when you try and recreate a pond that has been there for a long time and has a lot of ecological sustainability to it. You don't just dig a hole somewhere and expect it to be the same kind of ecological system. A lot of the ecology of a pond or a wetland area is what's in the soil, the bugs, the little critters and everything that can't be replicated. So that really concerns me. Biodiversity offsetting is a huge phrase that frightens me terribly. To think that you can recreate a forest or a pond or a vernal pool or something, that really frightens me. And it's a slippery slope, I think, that we should really be concerned about. And the third thing is a referral to the swim pond. A stormwater management pond collects water from the development, which has toxins in it. So I don't want people to be confused by a stormwater management pond being a recreational area. If you look at any of the stormwater management ponds in the area, and I'm thinking particularly, is it on Albert Street? There's no wildlife there. You know, this is, maybe they can be created so that there is wildlife, but I'm not seeing wildlife in any of those areas, and I look at them all over the region as well. So they're not to be confused with a recreational area. I know they do have paths around them. The only one that I've seen that works is behind the Outlet Mall in the fall, in Niagara-on-the-Lake, right behind Bass Pro Outlet. If you go back in there, that's beautiful. They've really done a great job. I think Niagara College was involved with it. But it's quite a large storm outlet pond as well. So I don't have a problem with the size if it can be created, if we can get maybe those Niagara College students in there to do some restoration and make it a healthy atmosphere. But I think we all have to remember that water has toxins in it. And what marshes used to do and take those kind of toxins out of the water before it got into our fresh water, we don't have very much of anymore. So those are the points I wanted to make.
Thank you. Before you go, any members of council have any questions? I have a question. When I was a kid, we used to wander around those wooded areas, and I don't know how many children will live in this development if it were to proceed. I have a feeling not very many. But if they want to get into the bush, they're just going to walk down to Helena Street and around the fence, aren't they?
I have no problem with children going into the woods. It's the damage that people will do because it's adjacent to their property and they consider it their property, and maybe put a vegetable garden back there. That happens a lot. I've seen that a lot. That kind of thing. Children in the woods, I love that. I love to see that.
So we would need clarification then as to where the fence would be going up in terms of the buffer. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you very much, Ms. Jacqueline.
Okay.
Ms. Burton, I remembered your last name as you were sitting there. And I'm sorry, I meant to ask, I have to ask for the address, don't I, Madam Clerk? Sorry, Ms. Jacqueline, your address on Edgemere?
931.
Thank you. Ms. Burton.
Roxanne McKay Burton, 3252 Hyman Avenue in Ridgeway. And Marcy gets the fun green stuff, and I have to go back to my parking issue. I didn't see any visitor parking assigned for this development. They chock-a-blocked all the townhouses. Presumably the driveways shrank also. And I'm wondering where the visitors are going to park, because along Helena Street doesn't sound like a good thing for me. And that's it. I just have that question about the visitor parking.
Okay, thank you. I know that our staff will have been making a note on that. Did any members of council have any questions of Ms. Burton? Guess not. Yes, the lady in the front row.
I have a bunch of comments, actually.
Sure.
As soon as I get out of my seat here, old age sucks.
That's what the purpose of the public meeting is. Hey, it's old age is better than the alternative.
Well, I'm not sure. All right, I'm Lena Band. I live at 684 Helena, so I'm very, very familiar with the area. I'm also surrounded by wetland. This division is surrounded by wetland, which basically says that little hobby farm is a wetland. They're building basements. They still, and I'm sorry, I mean, we only got the summary of the reports Wednesday evening. Doesn't give us a lot of time to read through like 100 pages of reports. And what I was seeing in those reports was continually, especially the sewage and water flow, was, well, we still have questions about this, we still have questions about that. Now, we also have an issue with a great deal of wildlife that will be affected by the change of the development. There's a lot of deer that are using that little hobby farm as pasture. There's a flock of turkeys. We're seeing an increase in coyotes, which is province-wide. But you put up fencing. Are you fencing wildlife in, or are you trying to fence them out? And right now, with them clear cutting at Waverley, we're seeing a huge increase in the birds and everything else. They have to go somewhere. And now they're being fenced out of another area. I have a few concerns too, and I'm sorry, I'm being a little bit random. I left my little black book at home. The notification for this meeting. I got a notice on January 26th saying there was a meeting on January 23rd. Now, they changed that meeting date after and I don't know if it was because we emailed or if it was they noticed the difference. Suddenly they changed it to the 13th. Now, when they canceled the last meeting, we were promised 20-day notice. Taking it from the 26th, when we got the change of notice, it does not give us 20 days. And taking it, the reports being only available as of Wednesday evening, does not give residents in the area enough time to really study and see what they're saying. Now, I'm not opposed to housing in any way, shape, or form, but I've already been told back in May, these were not intended to be family-friendly units. And with a lot size of 6 meters by 6, backyard, 6 meters by 6 meters, my master bedroom is bigger than that. And that is definitely not family-friendly. Just try and contain a child in that small area. And I think there's something in the development code too that they're not wanting isolated developments. They have to be accessible either by pedestrian or by bicycle. And Helena is life-threatening for either pedestrians or even bicycles. You've got very, very deep ditches. You've only got about a foot between the road and the ditch, the white line of the road and the end of the tarmac. And if you're going to start building sidewalks, you realize that there's about almost 2 kilometers between that subdivision and Garrison Road. I don't know where the township's going to get the money for that. And those ditches, I don't know how you can fill those ditches in. We had rain there last week, and those ditches were almost up over the road. Looking at the sewage issue and the reports on that, they didn't really clarify where the sump pumps were going to drain into. They did say that the houses would need sump pumps. Where are they going to drain through? Who's going to be responsible if they back up and flood the houses? There's just so many questions still. And I go back to my traffic issue. Their report said that they counted traffic at 4 intersections, local intersections. AM, 65 cars, PM, 79 cars. Now, I sat there after reading the report on Friday, and between 7 and 8 in the morning, I counted 81 cars. And between 5:30 and 6:30, 143. Can that little road accommodate another 200 cars a day? We have to assume 135 units, they're going to have more than one car. Where are they going to, and again, we get back to parking, where is that excess parking going to go? I don't see any parking areas. I don't see any provision for the kids' bus pickup and delivery. They say that it'll be communal mailboxes. I didn't see anywhere where they plan to put those communal mailboxes. if they try and front them onto Helena, we've got bigger issues. And I really don't agree with them doing away with that planting strip, that 4.5 meter planting strip along Helena Street. We need some sort of a buffer zone, and not just for aesthetic purposes, but we're also talking for movement of people, movement of animals, and other issues. And I don't know how many deer hits we get on Helena Street every year. We do get a number, because they have to cross from one section to the other. And really, why are they building in a wet zone? And we talk, okay, it's not valuable agricultural land. I'm sorry, a hobby farm still has agricultural value. So I don't know if you have any other questions. I really haven't had a chance to really get into a lot of depth on those zonings, the reports. But so what I'm seeing is incomplete reports. I think this whole thing is premature to be asking for changes to the zoning. Why don't the developers look at what an area is zoned for before they decide to buy a chunk of land and then expect town council to change the rules to accommodate them? They should be coming up with plans that accommodate the bylaws and the zoning and the official plan as it sits in place. Not expecting that, hey, we'll bend to their will just because they want more.
Ms. Bend, if you have additional comments, you can always send emails to the staff with respect to this after you've had a chance to further review the report. The reality is that this property is designated in the town's official plan for residential use. This is an application to amend the zoning bylaw, and you're correct. There are some significant changes that are being requested by the developer. Certainly appreciate your comments. And I don't know if any councillors had any questions, but you're gone now. But as I said, if you want to provide further comments, you can always send emails to the staff or members of council. And I think you already did send us an email. I think we have received an email from you. Thank you. Who's next? I'm going to go to the lady in the back, and then I'll go to you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Donna Van Geest, and I live at 91 Bardall Avenue.
I'm sorry, could you say that again? The address?
91 Bardall Avenue.
Right, thank you.
And I would like to know how many of you have walked or bicycled down Helena Street. I would presume that people from the subdivision would be going up to Garrison to get their groceries and shopping and things like that. And I have biked and walked down that street, and there are absolutely no shoulders to do that on. It's not very safe, and excuse me, the ditches are very deep. So I would like you to put that in your consideration of having this many people living in that area.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Van Hees, all of the comments to you and to those who have spoken, all of the comments are being recorded by staff, so that these are all issues that they will be taking into consideration in making the recommendation report at some point.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, you're next, sir.
Good evening, Your Worship and Council. My name is Tim Boychuk. I live at 554 Helena Street, which is across the street from 613 Helena Street. I echo the concerns of Councillor Dubanow and Councillor Noyes with regards to the sidewalks, with regards to the playground. There's going to be 135 units coming in. They're all going to be two-story townhomes, not bungalows, which are usually suited well for families and not for retired couples. So you would assume that there'd be young families or people who are starting a home there. So there will be children and there will be teenagers there, all going to school. My concerns are a few. One is the transportation study recommended maintaining a 70-kilometer-an-hour speed limit along the road. Well, not maintaining it, but not changing it. No. That needs to be coming down to 50 along the entire way, because with the increased traffic and the fact there's a lot of fog on that road sometimes, and it's not lit at night as well. So also a consideration for streetlights along Helena Street, so that people can see deer crossing the road and turkeys crossing the road and turtles crossing the road. That's the other thing I want to talk about as well, is that there are turtles in the community that cross the road. We've seen them. We've seen rescues of them on the street a few times. And there's just a concern that that wildlife that the environmental study came up with didn't really see those. And there are deer and turkeys in that yard as well. They'll be living on our yard, I presume, after that. We love the deer, we love the turkey, but we're also concerned for the safety of those animals that are using that farmland right now for habitat, essentially. They're there every night when we drive down the road, just hanging out there. So we're going to miss them. Another concern I have is with regards to the population and the number of people who are going to be living there, and just the increased traffic and the lack of sidewalks, as mentioned before. There does need to be a playground there, I believe, or at least access down to Waverly Park via sidewalk or some other amenity to get them down there. And I also echo all the concerns of my neighbor 2 doors down. Thank you. And that's all I have.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Boychuk.
Dubanow?
Now,
Sorry.
before you go, you don't need me here if you start to managing this. So, Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and through you, thank you very much for your comments. I wasn't shaking your head about the report being wrong. I was shaking my head because I disagree. I think we need to lower the speed limit if we have a residential area going in there. But touching on that, if we did have a lowered speed limit in the area, whether it's the entire stretch of the street or, north of the residential area there, and, if we were able to work with the region to, perhaps do some traffic calming or other deflections to actually force people to slow down rather than just seeing a sign and whizzing by. If we, I can tell they feel the same way about speed limits as I do. If we did something like that, do you think, the sidewalk issue aside, do you think it might improve some of the safety concern in the area if we got traffic moving at a speed that's more consistent with a residential neighborhood rather than a rural arterial? Do you think that might help?
Well, I know for myself, living one door from one of the exits and my neighbor living north of the other exit, that I think a lower speed limit would definitely help. I don't know about speed bumps. They're pretty aggressive, as you know. We don't want to be moving 30 kilometers an hour down there. But there is a concern at night with fog, and I also think streetlights are important along that stretch at least. That's all I have.
Further, Councillor Dubanow?
No, I appreciate the comments. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Any other members of council? Thank you very much, Mr. Boychuk. We appreciate the comments. Who's next? Yes, sir. Please come forward. Hello, Mr. Doyle.
Good evening. Bill Doyle. I live in Ridgeway, 3886 Christina Court. My concern is, having visited the area several times, we talked about the wildlife already, but I don't know about a hobby farm when you have at least 7 horses take it on the property. And if the town goes through with its changes, you are throwing 11 horses out of their homes. Where are you going to move them to? Are you going to force the owner to move out of Fort Erie to accommodate the wishes of a developer to take over their land? Will in looking at the visuals and all the wetlands, who will be responsible for the cost incurred by the new property owners with regard to flooding? Will the town take over the cost of correcting the floods? Will the town ensure that the wetlands are protected? I've heard nothing. I suggest you go down to Helena Street, if you haven't already, and you'll see the geese floating around, checking whether it's safe or not to to land. You will see the deer, you see the turkeys, and they're all having a great time. You're kicking them out of their residence. Never mind the horses that have to be moved. Will the town provide the necessary infrastructure to accommodate the increased population? You know, I heard there was supposed to be some widening of Helena, along with the sewers. Should that not be done before any development is in place? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Doyle. Before you go, in case there's any members of council have any questions, this report would require the developer to extend the water and sewer line before any development could take place.
But what about the street?
What about the street?
All the way up, is it going to be widened to accommodate the additional vehicle traffic?
Well, that would be, it's a regional road, so the region would have to determine whether it's necessary to widen it. And the cost wouldn't be borne by the developer, except in the area where this development is located.
Okay, so I have to get in touch with Tom then.
Beg your pardon?
I have to get in touch with Tom.
Well, you would.
In Sydney. Okay.
That would be a development charge issue, which you may want to get in touch with the Premier as well, because he's limiting the development charges that municipalities can collect. In any event, there may be, I do have a sum I want to give it to you. I don't know if there are any other councillors that have any questions, but we appreciate your comments, Mr. Doyle.
Okay, thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Yes, please come forward, ma'am.
Karen LaValle, 184 Brady Street.
Good evening.
I have major concerns, as many of the people have already spoken to, about the wildlife. I'd like to know exactly how you move a pond, and how long will it take for the wildlife that's in that pond to reestablish? As it was brought up about the turtles, I mean, really, seriously. And how does it make the wetlands stronger, this development? And I know for a fact, because I've seen many, many pictures, and I've been there and witnessed it myself, there are hundreds of deer, hundreds of wild turkeys. I mean, all these animals, everybody's being misplaced. People are being misplaced. The wildlife is being misplaced. People are complaining about all the coyotes. Well, what are you going to do? Where are they going to go? I just, it went from 116 townhouses to 135. You know what? Why do people move to Fort Erie? Why do people that live in Fort Erie and move away come back? Because it's a wonderful place to live. Well, this is, I mean, I believe in establishing things, and I believe in a future, and I believe in doing things to make our community stronger and progress, but I don't think it should be at the cost of our animals and of our neighbors. I don't believe it should be that. And I've been here for 35 years. I don't want to leave. And I know a lot of people that want to leave because what's happening to our town is not right. I mean, Garrison Road, there's a bunch of development that's just sitting there, barren. There's nothing happening. Why are all these people coming here and making these humongous developments that are they're not adhering to our values and our way of life here? Fort Erie is known for being Fort Erie. I mean, progress is progress, but I don't think it's progressive when our way of life is being changed so drastically. And I don't think that we should have to adhere to other people's wishes. I think they should have to adhere. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. I think they should have to adhere to our ways and our rules and our specifications. I don't think what's happening is right, and I know I have a lot of people that feel the same way. Now, I guess the land is already sold. I'm understanding it's already a done deal, but I don't think that this development is right for our town. I really don't, and I know a lot of people feel the same way. Like, really, a backyard, 6 meters, but give me a break. My dining room is bigger than that. You know, I mean, it's ridiculous. It's not right, and I really hope that there's a big vote on this. I really hope, I don't know how it all works, but I really hope that something is done to change this. And really, how does this development make the wetlands stronger? And how do you move a pond? How do you move a pond? And what happens to all the wildlife there? That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else that wishes to address council with respect to this matter? Yes, please come forward, ma'am.
Your Honor, my husband and I just moved to Fort Erie. We're actually, my name's Natasha Murphy. We just moved to 632 Helena Street, so we are right across the street from this.
Can I have your name and address, please? Oh, you've got your address, 632
Yes, sir.
Helena, and your name?
Natasha Murphy.
Natasha Murphy?
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
And I'm new to the area. I absolutely love the home, the location. It's such an incredible piece when you look out your front door, and I see that farm every day. And I can agree with everyone here that has driven by, but every single day I look out my window and I see deer, constant, at least 10 to 15 in packs walking back and forth. It is wetlands, and like, just to reiterate what everyone else has said, it would have an effect on that. And it would be unfortunate, but yeah, it would definitely change the feel of my life and there in the community, and even the quality of life with who's living there in that such small space. And a lot would be affected, and it would be disappointing, in other words. But just wanted to say I'm witness, because I'm right across the street now. And what it is now, I absolutely love it. There's such peace there, but that would be taken. So,
All right, thank you. Before you go, any members of council have any questions? Thank you very much, Ms. Murphy. Yes, please come forward, ma'am. Good evening.
Hello, Mayor Redekop and councilors. I really wasn't going to come up to speak, but all these great people motivated me. Again, on my cry, but.
Name and address.
Okay, my name is Lori Gauthier. I'm at 515 Hazel Court in Ridgeway. Having been in Fort Erie for about 24 years now, and in Ridgeway for 20, because of marriage, I really love this place. And I've just, ever since I moved in, and since my young son, and bringing him around to all the natural areas and seeing all the kids he knew and how they enjoyed just the beauty of it. I mean, for the young children, for any age. And what I see happening and the loss of Waverly Woods, and to me that is just quite a loss alone. And now to see what's happening in other areas, and in Helena now, which is an area I've known pretty well because me and my husband used to live on Lake Shore. And we used to go all the way down and walk through Waverly Woods and then down Helena. Sometimes we'd even pick up litter. I mean, we really, really enjoyed the area. And from my experience of having been, I'm not from this area, I'm not Canadian, I'm from Buffalo actually, in Western New York, parts of West Virginia. I've seen the loss of habitat in areas, and especially in Western New York. Like, if you're familiar with Amherst and when they went through development. And I've heard of people complaining that deer are all over the place, living in their front yards, living in their backyards. I have an experience of somebody I knew where deer went right through their picture window and ran through the house, got cut up, went right out the same window. I mean, and people hitting with, their car accidents, many on Main Street, and many in different areas of East Amherst. And, I hate to see that happen here, because I know of experiences there that there were so many complaints, but I'm thinking they did take their area, and this is where the animals lived in the first place. And I'm seeing the same thing happen here, but I hate to see it get to that extent. I think development is necessary, But in an area that's been primarily a nature, a farmland, a quite natural area around here for so many years and close to the lake, it's beautiful. So I just hate to see all that development wreck a beautiful area. And I know these people here that have been here longer than me are so close to it. I can see I see what they mean, I feel what they mean. So just saying from my previous experience where I lived before and how this development, too much development, has caused a lot of damage to natural area and to this wildlife. I hate to see it happen here too, so.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Gauthier. Any members of council have any questions?
Welcome.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to address council with respect to this matter? Yes, please come forward.
Your Worship, Councillors, Cheryl Shawnwell, 4214 Glen Spring. You have to try to protect your own little corner of the world. This isn't anywhere near conservation. You just don't build in the middle of a wetland. Driving around Fort Erie, I'm sure there's lots of other locations that really nice town housing can be built, but not in a wetland. We must protect what we can't manufacture. That's it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Ms. Schoenweber.
Pardon?
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council? Mr. Patton, is there anyone who is zoomed into the meeting who wishes to address council on this matter?
Give it 1 minute. I don't see any hands, Your Worship.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, have we received any recent emails with respect to the matter?
Yes, Your Worship, I have received 2 submissions which I have circulated to council and staff. One came from Judith Greaves in opposition. She lives at 402 Parkdale Avenue. And the second one came from Lori Taylor, also in opposition. These submissions will be appended to the minutes.
Thank you. So if there's no one else that wishes to address council on this matter, then I'm going to declare this public meeting closed. And we have the report on this matter now coming up. So do I have a mover for report PDS 07-2023 to get it on the floor? Councillor Flagg. Okay, this report's on the floor for any questions or comments. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. There's a number of concerns that I do have in regards to one being the park. Like, I'm surprised that this has gone this far without a consideration for a park. And in the staff report alone, it says that staff acknowledged that there is not a park in the area, and this is isolated area, but yet, and perhaps when this report was first written, again, because we're looking at 116 to another, 20, whatever, 135 units, an increase of a lot of units. And maybe when the houses the lots were bigger, maybe there would be enough backyard, but right now, I don't think 6 meters, and I can bet, I'll take a bet from anybody that 99% of them are going to put a patio in their backyard, which is going to limit the size. And I'm a bit concerned that I didn't see anything about fencing in this report anywhere in regards to fencing off from where the property ends to the adjoining property on either side of perhaps not the wetland, but I can see people just assuming and starting to encroach simply because there's just not enough room to put any play structures or to, the backyard's going to be so small, I don't think it's going to be terribly functional from that point of view. And the road, Helena Street, I've made a joke in the past that if the ditches are full, you can probably take a canoe down it, they're that deep. And there is no shoulder. I lived very temporarily on Helena Street, so I know the area. And I think I've mentioned a few times how deep those ditches are, and my concern that how deep they are, somebody should fall in, or if a car should go there, could be very tragic because of the depth of the ditches. But that's not for the developer to fix, I guess. Do we have any idea why there was a change from 116 to 135? Is just because they wanted to make more money? Is that it?
Mr. Vanderveen, do you have any insights into that?
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Noyes. I don't have a definitive answer there. I think it was part of the revision that came out as some comments from the MPCA where they had to reconfigure the development.
Okay, well, thank you. And the other thing, I think before it was going to be bungalows. I'm not mistaken. If I heard the presenter, the agent, and I can see bungalows, you're going to think seniors, or But if you're thinking townhouses, you're not thinking seniors. You're thinking children, because a lot of seniors aren't going to want to move into a facility where there's going to be a lot of stairs. And for the size of these bungalows, I would think most of the bedrooms are going to be on the second floor, not on the first floor, because there's not that much room to do it. So I do have other concerns, but I'll wait to hear from others. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you step down, Mr. Vanderveen, to Councillor Noyes' comment about fencing, my recollection is that there is a provision with respect to fencing. Is it the Conservation Authority that's requiring it?
To Mayor Redekop, one of the recommendations of the EIS that was submitted by the applicant was that the backyards be fenced with basically board-on-board fencing with no openings in an effort to reduce or prevent human intrusion into the vegetated buffer area.
And if that were part of the conditions of the draft plan approval, that would be at the back of the lots, and that would be between and that would exclude the buffer zone. The buffer zone would be outside that fence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Any other councillors? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just a few quick comments regarding the information report this evening. I will be supporting it to continue moving this process forward and see if we can resolve some of the issues that have been raised this evening. I have a lot of concerns about Helena Street in particular. I don't think that there are issues we can't overcome, but I think that there are issues we need to deal with now before this proceeds. Whether we have a speed limit reduction on Helena with some traffic calming, being active, passive, it's going to be necessary to slow traffic down on that road. The speed limit currently drops at Washington, and I would think at minimum you would want to have the region look at this to drop it before the subdivision at the very least, if not the entire length of the road. And I think we need some kind of pedestrian facility. I don't know if it's going to be a sidewalk. I don't know if we can do a paved asphalt multi-use path down the road right of way on the other side of the ditch. But there's going to need to be something there because this is kind of off to the side. I don't have the same concerns about the need for a full park that some other councillors do. As long as we can get some kind of pedestrian facility down this road or improve the safety of the road. I just did a quick measurement here, and Waverly Beach Park is about the same distance from this subdivision as the Albert Street Park was when I lived at the corner of Albany and Albert. So it's definitely walkable. I used to walk with my kids. It's doable as long as the street is safe to walk down. And you walk down that road with 100 kilometer an hour, even, being a little spirited on foot down that road, it's definitely not safe. And if we can resolve that access, we have to put in sewers and water down this anyway. It seems to make sense to me that we deal with that. Otherwise, Your Worship, those were my comments. As long as we can resolve this pedestrian situation, I think we're going to be in a better position moving forward to a recommendation report. And I hope this is something the applicant as well as the town and region staff can work on. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. And there is a distinction between Waverly Park and Albert Street Park. There's a playground at Albert Street.
Yes.
Okay. Any other councillors? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just to clarify to Councillor Noyes, I live in a bungalow, but I'm not a senior yet, but I might be the only
You're
one.
practicing?
Yeah. Yeah. No acorn stair lift needed yet. One couple of comments that come to mind. I have some concerns with respect to the increase from 116 to 135 units without fully understanding what might be an obvious reason for doing it, but maybe there's more to that than meets the eye. The other is the comments about a swimming pond with the water retention pool area. I just don't like the sound of that whatsoever, and
I think it was swim short for SWM.
Okay.
I believe.
Good, because that in the report was just frightening. And the other, with respect to the main road there, certainly share some of the concerns with the other councillor colleagues about no shoulder and also street lighting along that portion of road, while also realizing that street lighting will drastically change that area as well. So I'm comfortable with moving forward if we can try and address some of the concerns that I think have been raised by some of the residents tonight. But I'm not sure if I have all of the answers to all of the questions that some of the residents have asked. So looking for a little bit more detail into those questions in the information report.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Any other councillors? Councillor Christensen?
I'd just like to reiterate some of the comments made by Councillor Noyes with respect again to the recreational area. It's a 16% increase from 116 to 135, which is actually, I think, quite substantial. And that is a change from, and I read all the letters and the approvals and comments, and it is all of those comments. Someone commented that I believe that they all came before the change from 116 to 135. So I do have concerns around that increase. I do also have a concern about the intensity of family use, which I don't object to in many other places, but in this area, and given, and I acknowledge Ms. Jacqueline's, I went through, without damaging, I hope, many wooded areas in the area that I grew up, but when there's an absence of other outlets, and when you've got, yes, in my old language, 18 feet by 18 feet, give or take, backyard, it's really hard for kids to play in there. So I do have reservations, significant reservations.
Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Anyone else? Well, before I go back to you, Councillor Noyes, is there anyone else? Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to be pushing for the park, that I do think that the town take 5% for parkland instead of cash, and then we'll have the area required for a playground, so to speak, and perhaps a sitting area and things like that. So I do think that's something. I'm surprised that we didn't, noting that this was such an isolated area, that wasn't a requirement as opposed to cash in lieu. I'm trying to think of anywhere that there's 135 townhouses that is not within I would say, reasonable walking distance to a park. I'm trying to think of one, and I'm thinking we're going to create a problem that we're going to be kicking ourselves when this is developed. And if you figure 135, you figure 2 kids per household, let's say that's 270 children with no place to go unless they want to walk down a very, well, okay, and animals too. But anyway, I'm not going to support this the way this is written, and I will be asking for a registered vote, because I do think we need to go back to the developer. We need to say, okay, we want 5% of the land for parkland, and what's it going to look like if you do that?
So, Councillor Noyes, just so that we're clear, this is the information report. This is the opportunity for staff to hear all of the concerns of the public and the concerns that members of council have. We've gone down this road where we've turned down an information report. That then gives the developer the immediate right to go to the Ontario Land Tribunal without our staff having had the opportunity to fully respond to the concerns of the public and the concerns of members of council. So I think you need to be cautious about wanting to vote this down. Deferral would be preferable to voting it down, but I just want you to be aware of that, in case you'd forgotten.
Yes, I did. Thank you for pointing that out. This is an information report, and I do want it to move forward, but not the way the way it is. So my concern is that there's going to be an assumption we're giving it the green light, and by no means am I giving this the green light. And I would like to hear back from the developer in regards to, okay, I'm going to have to give up land for houses now. What's it going to look like? And what and perhaps the cost for the playground, whose responsibility would it be to, I know we would take it over, but to put the playground structures in. So I will probably be supporting the information report, but really clear I'm not in favor of this.
So there may be a step in between, and Mr. Hurlovich, you've been sitting there attentively listening to what we're doing. There's a number of concerns that members of council have, a number of concerns the public has raised. Would this be a situation where the matter could be deferred to a later date to permit further consultation between staff and the developer, or is that something that would normally take place between now and when staff makes a recommendation report?
Your Worship, I think that the developer's representative has been here. She's heard everything that the council has had to say, as well as the public. I think that it would be prudent for council to adopt this, and we will work with the developer. I think it's reasonable to think that this will not come back to council in short order. There are a number of concerns that all need to be addressed.
And we also have to bear in mind the fact that the provincial government has been kind enough to put us under time constraints to deal with this type of application.
Well, we'll have to deal with that one step at a time.
Well, there is is it Bill 190 or 139 or one of those numbers?
109, yeah.
Bill 109, doesn't that require municipalities to process development applications within certain timeframes?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, so any of you who are interested, you can thank the provincial government for putting our staff under some pressure with respect to these matters. Any other councillors? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And through you, perhaps Mr. Vanderveen or Mr. Hurlovich, or perhaps he can even consult with Ms. Hansen, and we can include this as part of the, like a future recommendation report. But I seem to recall that there may have been, and because you touched on a good point about Waverly Park not having a playground, and Albert Street having the playground, and just recently, in my opinion, very nicely reconstructed. I'm just wondering, and perhaps a member of staff here can touch on this. I may be remembering this incorrectly, but I believe there was, and it may not be active anymore, but I believe that there was some discussion about upgrades at Waverly Park, possibly a playground or a splash pad. It may have just been bounced around internally by staff or something. And I'm just wondering if perhaps we can look into that just from the perspective of the Parks and Master Plan, or Parks and Open Space Master Plan that we have for the municipality, and see how this fits. I think it's necessary to have amenity space and a park, but if there's other areas that are in the area that can suit that purpose, and it's safe to get there, we may not need to go reinventing the wheel within this subdivision itself if we can have a community park that benefits many residents of the area. So I'm just wondering I don't know if staff want to comment on that, or if perhaps Ms. Hansen could include some information on that for the recommendation report. But that was just my thoughts. I agree we need a park. I just don't know if this is necessarily the best area for everyone. Might be just up the road, as long as we can safely get there, Your Worship.
Mr. Vanderveen, I see you're feverishly writing, and Mr. Hurlovich, I don't know if you know the status. I don't recall any planned improvements of that nature at Waverly Park. I may have missed it. I know there's been discussion of a healing garden in part of the park, but do you have any recollection?
So Your Worship, to the councillor, I don't have a recollection about adding playground equipment, but we could certainly investigate that and comment on it.
Any other councillors? So, Mr. Vanderveen, just so that we're clear, this development is proposing that the minimum lot area be reduced by about 25 to 30%. Minimum lot area from 200 to about 155 for some of the lots, not all of the lots.
That's correct.
And this proposal is seeking about a 50% increase in the density from 35 units per hectare to 52.
That is correct.
And when this report refers to, or the requested amendments make reference to the privacy area for each dwelling, we're talking about basically the backyard.
That's correct.
And then what are the implications of there being no planting strips? Because the developer is asking that that requirement be removed. What's the implication of that?
Realistically, I don't think there's a huge impact. The setbacks are already, will be met in terms of side yard, front yard, and all of that. It's hard to say how that provision came to be because our bylaw, in at least some portions of it, are up to, date back to 1990. My thought is that always dealt with block townhouses because a street townhouse would have all the requisite side yard setbacks, front yard setback, and rear yard setbacks for amenity space. Typically, a planting strip is to ensure, like say in a block townhouse, it's adequately separated from private internal roads and things of that nature. So I don't think there's going to be a huge impact for that provision to be removed. However, we could speak to that further in the recommendation report.
In the draft conditions, there's a reference to the developer being responsible to front-end the construction of water mains, sanitary sewers, and storm sewers where required on Helena Street from Albany to Phillip Street, which would be the road allowance, I guess, to the north of this parcel. When that says front end, is it suggested that the town is going to end up being responsible for any portion of that construction?
Yeah, I'd have to confer with our infrastructure services staff. There could be some kind of development charge, agreements or such. Unfortunately, it's not my line of expertise, but yeah, what that condition is basically saying is that the cost of building the infrastructure, at least initially, would be the responsibility of the developer.
Yeah, and my understanding was that the cost of extending the water and sewer service would be at the cost of the developer.
That's my understanding as well.
Okay, and apparently because of looping, there would need to be an extension to the north of this particular parcel.
That's correct.
Okay, and that would be the responsibility of the developer.
Yes.
Mr. Hurlovich, do you have any information other than that, or Mr. Walsh?
I have nothing to add, Your Worship.
Okay, but that's something that if there is a clarification, you'll make that available to members of council. And then my final question, with respect to the rather lengthy letter that we received from George Wiseman, it's the very last attachment to this report. Did you have an opportunity to review that yet? I know it just came in. And if not, would you be good enough to do that and maybe provide council with some comments?
Sure, yeah, unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to review it all, given, when it was submitted. However,
Right.
yeah, if council would like myself to respond in a follow-up, yeah, we could definitely do that.
I think that would be helpful. I guess one final question. The report suggests that although this ordinarily would be subject to a neighborhood plan, there's no real potential for a neighborhood to be developed because this is an isolated parcel. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, I mean, originally the town staff did deem the application complete back in 2018, and I think that was the thought of staff at the time. So it's already in progress. It is, worth noting that it is surrounded by wetlands, so it is rather isolated. I know we have received comments from other members of the public in the past regarding issues with the craft drain area. So we do plan on going into a detailed analysis of that in the recommendation report. Although I do think it is a fair statement that it is rather isolated and it doesn't have a lot of potential to integrate with adjacent parcels.
Having said that, though, we've spent a lot of time talking about how we integrate this neighborhood, this new neighborhood, in with other areas where there are amenities for people, children, like parks. We do have a transportation master plan. How would this fit into the transportation master plan where we've got a busy road, which is fairly narrow with no sidewalks, and we're talking about putting in at least 135 people, because if there was one person per unit, that'd be 135. If there were two people, that's 270. It's a fair number of people. So I'm wondering if you, on behalf of staff, could consider whether there should be a neighborhood plan to accompany this before it proceeds further. Those are my questions. And thank you very much, Mr. Vanderveen. As I said, I know you've been feverishly jotting down comments. Councillor Noyes for the third time, in the record.
Thank you. Actually, you reminded me of a question I was supposed to ask. In regards to the geotechnical and hydrological study and the water balance analysis, it refers to the use of low-impact development measures to improve infiltration of stormwater is recommended. What would that look like? What would that consist of?
Yeah, that would be certain sort of design elements to enhance infiltration of water. Water that would be displaced by virtue of the land being developed. It would be things like swales where the water can drain into. It could be permeable paving, so instead of just driveways being completely paved with asphalt, you could use specialized kind of like patio pavers, but they have holes in them for grass to grow through and for water to infiltrate. It would be measures like that, essentially.
Okay, just on that, so if we're even considering swales, so not only do we have a 6-meter backyard, we might have a patio in that backyard, and we might have a swale in that backyard, and then we'll have a fence in that backyard. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Vanderveen, there was one other issue that was raised by one of the residents, and that had to do with notice, the adequacy of notice. There was a notice sent out on the 26th, or at least it was received the 26th. There was a mix-up with respect to the date, but I wonder if you could just verify, if not tonight, at least at some point, that there appears to be adequate notice provided to the residents.
Yeah, that was my error. The notice was mailed out on January 23rd. However, I put that date as the meeting date. So basically, a couple residents emailed me about it, and I noticed it as well. So I sent out a revised notice immediately with the new date. Also posted the revised notice on the website.
And are they entitled to 21 days notice?
20 days, yes.
20?
20 days.
Okay, and so this is the 13th. Okay, so that would have been pretty tight. It went out on the 20.
The revised notice? I can confirm that date for you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Vanderveen. Okay, the report's on the floor. Are there any other questions or comments? I'm going to call the question. All those in support of receiving this for information purposes? That is carried. That takes us to the next public meeting. This is Mackenzie CC. Let me say that if any of you are here for the last public meeting wish to leave, you may do that now, and we'll just hold off before we start with the next public meeting.
Excuse me, this is probably not proper protocol, but in answer to your question about why it went from 116 to 135, I think it's pretty plausible that it's because they'll make a lot more money.
Well, so we asked the question because we don't know the answer, and you're right, it wasn't proper protocol.
Thank you.
Okay. We're at the public meeting for 271 Ridgeway Road. And this is your report, Ms. Cece. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Your Worship, council, staff, and residents. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information regarding a proposed combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for the lands known municipally as 271 Ridgeway Road. The owner is Rick Boyven of DCS Niagara Developments, Inc., and the applicant is Michael Allen of ACK Architects Studio, Inc. The combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application proposes to redesignate the property to the commercial land use designation and rezone the property to a site-specific general commercial zone to facilitate the adaptive reuse and redevelopment of the former Fire Station Number 6 in Crystal Beach for the purpose of establishing a medical clinic, pharmacy, and incidental medical laboratory. Notification of the February 13th, 2023 public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act by placing a notice of the January 19th, 2023 edition of the Fort Erie newspaper. In addition, all property owners within 120 meters of the subject property were mailed a notice of complete application and public meeting on January 24th, 2023. This slide shows a timeline of the development application process. The pre-consultation meeting for this proposal was held on November 10th, 2022, followed by a complete application on December 12th, 2022, and the public information open house on January 12th, 2023. We are currently at the public meeting and recommendation report stage, which is highlighted red on this timeline. The recommendation report for this application is being presented to council the same evening as the public meeting, since there was a low level of interest from area residents, and the proposal largely aligns with the intent of the Crystal Beach Secondary Plan. Should council approve the recommendations contained in report number PDS 08-2023, the bylaws to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw will be prepared for the February 27th, 2023 regular council meeting. Should the bylaws be approved and no appeals be received, the applicant will proceed with entering into a development agreement with the town, which will be discussed in greater detail later on in this presentation. In accordance with Bill 109, the proposed combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application is subject to a 120-day processing and review timeline. The clock starts the date that the application is deemed complete, which was December 12th, 2022, and will stop today when council makes a decision on the application, and today marks day 63 of 120. The subject property is located in the Crystal Beach neighborhood of the town of Fort Erie on the west side of Ridgeway Road. The subject property is approximately 1,912 square meters or 0.19 hectares in size, with approximately 62.91 meters of frontage on Ridgeway Road. The subject property contains a building that was formerly used as Fire Station Number 6. The following summarizes the land uses surrounding the subject property. So to the north and the south, we have single detached dwellings. To the east, we have Ridgeway Road, Tim Hortons, and other commercial establishments, as well as single detached dwellings. And to the west, we have Cambridge Road East and single detached dwellings. Here's an image of the subject property looking west from Ridgeway Road. And here's another image of the subject property, this time looking northeast from Cambridge Road East. The subject property is designated institutional in the Town of Fort Erie official plan. The institutional land use designation is predominantly reserved for public uses and operations. The subject property is designated medium-density residential in the Crystal Beach Secondary Plan, which was approved by Council in 2021. As the secondary plan is currently under appeal, the associated policies are not in force and effect. The clergy principle, a policy of the Ontario Land Tribunal, generally provides that the Planning Act application should be reviewed against the policy documents that are in effect at the time of the application. As such, this application has been reviewed against the current policies of the town's official plan. However, staff note that the site-specific medium-density residential policies under the Crystal Beach Secondary Plan did allow for the site to and the existing building to be utilized for commercial uses as defined in the implementing bylaw. The subject property is not located within a zone of archaeological potential and is not impacted by petroleum resources, natural heritage features, hazards, or fish habitats. The applicant is proposing to redesignate the property to the commercial land use designation to facilitate the adaptive reuse and redevelopment of the former fire station for the purpose of establishing a medical clinic, pharmacy, and incidental medical laboratory. Staff note that the introduction of a site-specific policy area is required to permit the proposed medical laboratory. The subject property is zoned public P zone in accordance with the Town of Fort Erie's zoning bylaw. Permitted uses include a wide range of public uses and operations. The subject property is zoned site-specific residential multiple one zone in the Crystal Beach Secondary Plan. Again, in accordance with the clergy principle, this application has been reviewed against the current zoning bylaw. However, staff note that the site-specific residential multiple one zone under the Crystal Beach Secondary Plan allows for the site and existing building to be utilized for commercial uses in accordance with the general commercial zone provisions, which includes uses such as clinics and pharmacies. To facilitate the adaptive reuse of the existing building, the applicant is proposing to rezone the property to a site-specific general commercial zone. Site-specific relief is being sought to recognize the existing southerly interior side yard setback, to reduce the setback between parking areas and adjacent street lines and residential zones, and to reduce the width of required planting strips. Further, the applicant is proposing to add a medical laboratory as a site-specific permitted use. This slide shows a site plan of the proposed redevelopment. No additions to the existing building are proposed to facilitate the medical clinic, pharmacy, and medical laboratory. I'll now take this time to walk you through the site-specific regulations that are required to facilitate this proposal. Firstly is the addition of a medical laboratory as a permitted use. Medical laboratories are generally viewed as an industrial use in the town zoning bylaw and are envisioned as large-scale operations. However, with respect to this development application, the proposed medical laboratory will be incidental to the medical offices and pharmacy and will be small-scale in operation that provides services that support the main use. To ensure that the proposed use remains incidental to the main use, staff recommend a site-specific zoning provision to be included that only permits a medical laboratory incidental to and in conjunction with a medical clinic. Secondly, a reduction to the southerly side yard setback. The existing building is set back 0.43 meters from the common lot line, whereas 4.5 meters is required under the general commercial zone. This site-specific regulation will recognize an existing situation. Thirdly, reductions to the setbacks required between parking areas and street lines or residential zones. The general commercial zone requires a setback of 3 meters, whereas a reduction to 1.33 meters is required adjacent to the south lot line, 1.72 meters and 1.5 meters adjacent to the north lot line, 1.65 meters and 2.37 meters adjacent to the west lot line, and 1.5 meters adjacent to the east lot line. These reductions either recognize existing situations or represent an overall improvement to the site with respect to separation and site circulation by increasing the separation between adjacent residential uses and defining points of ingress and egress where most parking areas are at or near a 0-meter setback from the street lines or adjacent residential uses. The proposal will also improve the streetscape and interface along Cambridge Road East and Ridgeway Road. Lastly, reductions to the width of required planting strips. Section 6.21 of the zoning bylaw requires a width of 3 meters, whereas a reduction to 0.43 meters is required adjacent to the south lot line in order to recognize an existing situation and setback. Further, a reduction to 1.5 meters adjacent to the majority of the northern lot line is required, which is an improvement over what it currently exists. And lastly, a reduction to 0 meters is requested in the northeast corner of the subject property to ensure that the asphalt area can continue to be used by the owners of 261 Ridgeway Road for parking and maneuvering purposes. Given that the building is existing and that the on-site works are limited to landscaping, curbing, and parking area alterations, the applicant will be entering into a development agreement with the town rather than going through a site plan approval process. As part of the development agreement, the applicant would be required to provide securities to the town based on a cost estimate for the on-site works that are proposed. These securities would be released once the on-site works are completed to the satisfaction of the Director of Infrastructure Services. As entering into a development agreement is generally a quicker process than the site plan approval process, pursuing this option will allow the applicant to proceed with renovations and on-site work sooner, and it is staff's understanding that a medical clinic will be operational by September of this year. This slide illustrates conceptual renderings of the proposed development. An informal public information open house for this application was held on January 12th, 2023. All property owners within 120 meters of the subject property were notified of the open house via mailed notice. The open house was attended by town staff, the applicant, and 2 area residents from a common household. Written comments were received from 1 additional area resident following the open house and finalization of this report. 3 questions and concerns were raised with respect to the proposed redevelopment. The first was regarding privacy. A question was raised regarding whether the proposed redevelopment would have an impact on the adjacent residential uses to the north. Staff note that the building is existing and has reached a level of compatibility with surrounding land uses. The applicant is proposing to increase the setback and landscaping between the parking area and the common lot line in adjacent residential uses. Staff are of the opinion that the compatibility will be improved as a result of this proposal. With respect to parking, a question was raised regarding whether the proposed redevelopment would have an impact on the landowner's current parking situation. Staff note that the owners of 261 Ridgeway Road, to the north of the subject property, currently use the northeastern corner of the subject property to maneuver into their parking space. The applicant advised the owners that no changes are being proposed to this corner of the property, and the applicant advised staff and that the applicant advised staff and the owners that they plan to formalize this arrangement, which will protect the interests of both parties. And with respect to landscaping, a question was raised regarding proposed landscaping for the site and the removal of a stump along the north lot line in order to facilitate an appealing and comprehensive redevelopment of the site. Staff note that landscaping details will be worked out through the development agreement process, similar to what happens through the site plan approval process, and staff will request the removal of the stump as a condition or requirement of the development agreement. In conclusion, the proposal complies with the intent of the provincial policy statement, growth plan, and Niagara official plan, as it assists with diversifying land uses in the community and contributes to the development of a complete community by providing essential medical services in proximity to where people live. The proposal meets the criteria outlined in section 13.73 of the town's official plan, as there is a demonstrated need for the proposed use, the lands are physically suitable and municipally serviced, and the proposed use is compatible with adjoining areas. Lastly, the proposal is supportable from a zoning perspective, as the requested site-specific relief either recognizes existing setbacks and conditions that already exist on the site due to the location of the building, or represent an overall improvement with respect to separation, landscaping, and site circulation. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ceci. Do any members of council have any questions? That was obviously very informative and very concise. So I'm going to ask if the proponent or the agent for the proponent wishes to address council.
Mackenzie, to get mine through. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Allen?
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council and staff. I will be brief because my presentation pretty much parallels Mackenzie. As you've noted, it was very detailed and concise. So in starting off, I'd like to, myself, Michael Allen, representing ACK Architects. Mr. Boyven is here as well. He represents the DCS Niagara Developments, Inc. In the submission for the rezoning, Hallex Engineering provided us with a brief on the stormwater management. It's not our intent to change anything with respect to the services to the site, as this is a true adaptive reuse of this existing site. Upper Canada Consultants was retained, and they provided us with a justification brief, which parallels the city's secondary plan. Next page here. Okay. We just provided the aerial shot, so as you can see, the site itself, the former fire station, sits nicely within the existing residential and commercial area of the town. What we're proposing, we believe, is a nice transition and nestles in with the residential, as well as complementing the existing commercial in the area. I did include just some existing photos, as did Mackenzie in her proposal. The building itself, it's not overwhelming. It's a nice building within this the setting. Again, our intent is to repurpose it and have it nestle and work with what is already existing. So with the proposed site, as Mackenzie did note, the things that we're requesting relief on are all existing conditions because of the site itself. Where we're asking for relief with regards to landscape setbacks and so forth, it's what we were able to put in there to at least enhance the site as well as to control the circulation in the site with respects to the parking. So we have met the requirements for the parking on this site, and so all we were wanting to do was to enhance it and keep it better controlled. So again, with the renderings that were in the other presentation, we want to repurpose the building, but we also want to add new life to it and make it obviously more contemporary and look like it's a brand new development. So the site itself, as noted earlier, it does fulfill the provincial policies as well as the city mandates within their bylaw and the official plan. So with that, if there's any questions or comments from the council, we'd be more than willing to answer them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allen. We appreciate your comments. Any members of council have any questions? Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just wondering, I noticed that there's an unknown storm water lateral that may be going into the building, or it's unknown if there is. Will that be verified before you fulfill the reconstruction?
Yes, through you, Your Worship. There is some studies that we have to do, and that is one, like we'd have to camera that storm. Ultimately, again, we want to utilize as many of the existing infrastructures that are in place, but if it's a storm system that is not supposed to be connected, I know as the fire department, they probably had some things in there to satisfy what they needed for the city's needs, so we'll certainly take that into consideration.
Any other members of council? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the presentation. I am very supportive of this project. With the exception of a community hub, it's probably the second best thing that could come to mind for what could happen at this proposal and could not happen soon enough. I just want to bring up a couple of concerns that did come up from those in the neighborhood that I think should just have some regard for, and that was some individuals who said they were not able to attend the public open house. They were certainly in support of the application and very happy to see this moving forward. Their questions were if there was any opportunity for additional accessibility parking. The other was a concern from one individual about the staff parking versus patient parking, and if that was adequate. I just want to throw those out there because it was raised tonight on the telephone when I left prior to coming into the meeting. But I think this is a great proposal. I'm very excited to see it move forward and very supportive of the application. So, thank you.
Mr. Allen?
Thank you. Through Your Worship. So we have provided the requirement for handicap parking. It's certainly, if we can provide more, we certainly will. It's something that no one should take lightly. And the way we're designing the facility, it really works in unison with each other. So it's not like we're just putting in separate tenants, so everybody's going to be fighting for parking. There's going to be a very good system put in place between the doctors, the pharmacy, and the lab so that they're all intertwined, if you will, so that when people are coming, it's kind of like the one-stop shopping scenario. So you're not having people coming and going for various different needs within the facility. So we feel that the system will work well. Parking is an issue in anything and everything. If we can get more parking in the future, we'll certainly be taking that into consideration as well.
Yes, you may.
If I can continue, Your Worship.
Yep.
Thank you for clarifying that. I know when I spoke with Rick prior to the application coming, that certainly addressed my concern, but I know those individuals were watching tonight, and I think they'll be happy to hear that clarity. And that was my only question. Because it has to be a question, I guess I'll say, and don't you agree?
It's the old Councillor Noyes fallback.
Thank you.
Okay, you don't have to answer that question. Okay. Any other members of council? Thank you very much, Mr. Allen.
Thank you.
Is there anyone other than the proponent that wishes to speak in favor of the application? Mr. Patton, will you determine whether there's anyone on the Zoom meeting that is interested in this?
There are 0 participants.
So then, so I'm going to go to, I'm going to go to anyone who wishes to speak in opposition or address council with respect to the matter. And since there's no one in the waiting room, I'm going to ask the clerk if we have received any subsequent notices.
Your worship, I have not.
Okay, so I'm going to declare this public meeting closed, and that's going to take us to PDS 08-2023, which is a combined information and recommendation report. Councillor Lewis, did you want to move that?
My mind, your worship.
Perfect. That's on the floor for questions or comments. Yep.
I do have one question, your worship, and that is to staff. I know there was a Gorham Road Ridgeway traffic study that was done most recently, and there is an ongoing issue that is not at all the responsibility of, in my opinion, the applicant coming forward tonight, but that is with regards to, I'm just trying to get my addresses correctly here, the Tim Hortons across the street, and I just want to see if there's any opportunity while this is all happening to look at that report, possibly do some line painting on the street. I would think there's enough room to possibly do some turning lanes into the Tim Hortons. It seems like there's room for cars to be able to pass either way, north or south on Ridgeway Road. But while this development is moving forward, and then the potential for hopefully a phase 2, and increase traffic throughout the community, is there an opportunity here to try and remedy an old wrong?
Mr. Walsh?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some of council may recall we had the Gorham Ridgeway traffic study submitted in the summer last year. I'd encourage the remainder of council to review that report if you haven't already. But it did identify a number of locations where selective line painting would be a great asset to the traffic flow in the area, and this is one of the areas they did identify. So we're hoping to identify or undertake that that design and implementation this year.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, your worship, and thank you, Director, for that answer. The other question I have is in the, I'm just getting my directions here, in the southeast corner. I'm just wondering if there's any opportunity when we get to site plan to maybe include some space where some directional signage could potentially be placed in that area if there aren't other locations deemed more necessary for areas such as Waterfront Park, the boat launch, Bay Beach, as well as the downtown commercial district of Crystal Beach.
So I'm gonna direct that to Ms. Cece, and I guess that would be a function as well as what the property owner is agreeable to, and B, whether too much signage is too much. So that's something that you, I suppose, could take up with the owner of the property?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Lewis?
Not at all, and quite look forward to September coming. Not that I'm trying to rush the summer, but this is a good one.
We haven't got to the summer yet. Any other members of council? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. And I want to echo the comments Councillor Lewis made. I'm very happy to support this. I think it's an excellent repurposing of a municipal facility for the benefit of Fort Erie residents, particularly those living in Crystal Beach. The one comment that I just want to make, though, is I'm particularly pleased with the proposed landscaping and the removal of asphalt and, get some grass in there, some trees and some plantings. I think that'll really help improve the streetscape of the road in that area. Certainly, I'd be remiss if I didn't note that on our agenda tonight, in addition to this medical facility here, we also do have an application for a grant for a physician, not for this building, but they're still coming to Fort Erie, so that means that we're going to have the opportunity to do that. And one of the comments that was made in one of the earlier presentations we had was concern about medical facilities was a concern that was raised. I think it was the Helena Street one. And here we are. We have a new medical facility that's coming to our municipality, and I think it's great. It's really nice to see something like this in Crystal Beach. I know there was a lot of interest from the community in the use of that building, and it may not be exactly what they envisioned, but I can't think of anything better as an alternative. This is really nice to see happen in Fort Erie and Crystal Beach in particular. They haven't had a doctor, so just some comments, Your Worship. I'm very happy to support this.
Thank you. Any other members of council? Councillor Christensen.
I'd just like to build on what Councillors Lewis and Dubanow have said, having been a member of the original Greater Fort Erie Community Hub Task Force that did a survey in 2018 of all of Fort Erie, but one of the major issues that was identified was space for medical facilities. So this is, as Councillor Dubanow said, a welcome addition, and I'm very excited to see it.
Thank you very much. I think we can all say that. Thank you, Ms. Ceci. So if there are no further questions or comments, I want to echo what's been said, and we're quite excited to see this come forward. It's been a long time since there's been a physician in Crystal Beach. In fact, it may have been before some of us were even born. Okay. I'm going to call the question on this. All those in favor of the recommendations in the report? None opposed? That is carried. So that takes us then to the consent agenda, and before we go there, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Order. I understand that, so before we go to the consent agenda, I understand that there's some issues with respect to notification relative to the Frenchman's Creek drain, whether there was proper notice given. And unfortunately, it may be that there hasn't been, in which case we're going to be removing the presentation and delegation by Mr. Widner, the drainage engineer, and IS 04-2023, which is the Frenchman's Creek drain, from the agenda. We're going to make sure that there's proper notification given to people. Well, unfortunately, we want to make sure that everybody in the watershed has proper notice. We're not satisfied that that has occurred, and I apologize, Mr. Jakosky, and anyone else who came out here for this specific purpose, but well, Mr. Jakosky, look, we aren't satisfied that everyone has been given proper notice. I know that you want to speak to this, and I know that you and your wife have been waiting here for 2.5 hours, almost 3 hours. This just came to my attention now, and in fairness to all of the people in the watershed, I want to make sure that everyone has proper notice, that they can come to a meeting and address council if they wish to, and that we follow properly the Drainage Act.
I agree. The only thing I can disagree with is this letter that I got says the council is ready to meet and intends to approve engineer's report. I want to know whether the engineer that did this consulted with the NPC, Niagara Peninsula Conservation.
Well, Mr. Widner is here, and he would have heard what you just said, so that's an issue that he'll be able to provide us.
Because there can't be any approval without that.
So, Mr. Jakosky, thank you very much for that information. We're going to move on now. Mr. Widner is going to, I'm sure, follow up with the MPCA or whatever, and we're going to be getting a appropriate notice out to everyone who's within the watershed so that we have a proper public meeting. No, I didn't say nobody else did. I said that we're not satisfied that everyone has been given proper notice. Okay, so that takes us then to the consent agenda, and I understand, Councillor Noyes, you wish one of the reports removed so that we can deal with it separately?
Yes, number PDS 11-2023, alternative approaches for advancing secondary plan priorities.
Right. Okay, so that's out. Are there any other reports that anyone wishes removed from the agenda? Okay, can I have a mover for the consent agenda? Councillor Dubanow? That consent agenda, less PDS 11-2023, is on the floor for any questions or comments. Councillor Noyes?
I wanted to comment on ISO 3-2023, the Fort Erie Water Distribution System, making a comment in that I think when you review the report and you look at all the checks and balances, it must build a lot of confidence for people to realize how many checks and balances, how many steps there are to this, and also there's an ongoing, a regular audit, an outside audit that makes sure that we're doing all our jobs. And I must say, we usually get a very, very good report card that we've done. We're following the guidelines. And if there is ever any, all the inspections we do, if there is ever a problem that's identified, it's identified quickly and it's remediated almost immediately. I just wanted to comment on that one. And I think that's it.
Thank you. Anyone else? So I just had a couple of questions, or a few questions. With respect to PDS 09-2023, which is the Adelaide Street report, how wide is the right-of-way on Adelaide? It's apparently not a normal road allowance width? Anybody know that?
Your worship, I don't have that information.
So that's on page 8 where it says it isn't, something about the inadequate right-of-way. So I'm gonna support this, but could you maybe get that information for us, how wide that right-of-way is? Because at some point, there may be a need for us to do something in terms of safe walkway. With respect to the CAO 01-2023, the annual review of corporations' health and safety policy, Mr. McQueen, I didn't see a role for councillors or a responsibility for councillors, although we're bound by that policy, I believe.
Through you to the mayor. Yes, I believe the Ontario Health and Safety Act does have the requirements outlined in as our board of directors, I suppose. You're supporting the corporate health and safety policy, which is what is required under the Act, and it also provides direction to myself and our senior staff for outlining our obligations under the Act and reporting to you any deficiencies or anything that would need to be handled.
Thank you. And CAO 04-2023, which is the funding request for Dr. Magdi Hanna. I think that's fantastic news. We've got a 5-year commitment for the sum of money that we will be providing. I did have a question, though. We're getting into an area where Fort Erie and some of the other municipalities, but our urgent care center in particular, is having difficulty getting physicians and appropriate staff. This is a Niagara Health issue. It bedevils all of the emergency rooms and the urgent care centers in Niagara. Have we considered or have we taken up with Dr. Hanna the possibility of a commitment to participate in urgent care hours, if not now, at some point in the future during that 5-year period when the new hospital is built and we're looking at providing urgent care here, depending on the fate of Douglas Memorial?
Great question, Mr. Mayor. In terms of Dr. Hanna, the discussion's been ongoing with our health services recruiter for some time, and that wasn't specifically an issue that's been discussed, but there have been discussions about the importance of that type of commitment, particularly with their physician recruitment program. So I will follow up with Ms. Preston to ensure that we maybe can have some discussion with Dr. Hanna prior to the arrival to see if that's something they'd be amenable to. But barring that going forward, that's certainly something we could be including in our physician agreement terms early on in the discussion with them, and so they're aware of that expectation going forward to meet that need.
I appreciate that because I don't know Dr. Hanna's circumstances, but certainly this could be of benefit. I would hate to have the urgent care center closed at any time for shifts because there aren't physicians available, so that's something we could take up. And if not Dr. Hanna, then definitely going forward, my position would be that we would require that there be some participation in urgent care by any physicians who are going to help to fund to come to this community. Anyways, that's not really a question, that was an answer. Apologize. Yeah. Okay, so I have no other questions. I would appreciate it, though, if you would continue to follow that up, Mr. McQueen, with Dr. Hanna. I'm going to call the question, then, if there are no other questions. All those in favors of the amended consent agenda? None opposed, that is carried. Councillor Noyes, did you want to move, or did you want someone else to move PDS 11-2023?
I don't mind putting it on the floor. That's fine. So I think it's already, we don't need a seconder, so I'll move that it be put on the floor.
Okay.
I just have some questions, and I understand the rationale, the reasoning for it, because again, upper levels of government have put a time constraint and a time, a clock on how quickly we can do things. And doing this would definitely expedite a lot of things. So I do see that. But I don't know if everybody received the same email I did from someone from Canada that had a lot of concerns about it. And one of the things, and then going over some of the problems I have, is like, how does this affect us as council in regards to our ability to approve or have input into these secondary plans. So that's one of my questions.
Well, that's and that's a good question, and that was something that was discussed during the Planning and Development Services Subcommittee. Mr. Hurlovich, can you comment on that?
Thank you, Your Worship, to the councillor. So the format of the secondary planning would follow the same practice that has been conducted in the past. And so that would mean consulting with the community, having a focus group, including council in all of those discussions. What the alternatives are suggesting is that traditionally what the town of Fort Erie has done is a staff person has written the secondary plan. That plan process usually takes 3 years, just because you've got one person working on that. By using a consulting firm, they have multiple staff people who can work on that, and we can bring that up to 1 year, typically, to do a secondary plan. And so what we're saying is, how do we pay for that if we're going to use consultants? So we could basically take the money out of the operating budget, which would mean increasing the tax levy, or we get the developer to pay for it, and the town manages it. In the alternative, we could let the council or the consultant run for the developer, run the secondary plan process, of which staff and council would participate. I don't recommend that, but it would be an alternative, and certainly some of the developers have come forward with that suggestion. So if we're able to then move more secondary plans through the process faster so that we can work on this. Because if we have 6 secondary plan areas to do and it takes 3 years, that's 18 years. And we've got a 20-year time horizon to accommodate growth. So yes, your comment about the province wanting us to move faster forces us into this position. But we also then need to ensure that the people who are going to benefit pay rather than the general taxpayer paying.
Councillor Noyes?
Thank you for that explanation, and I think that goes to my next question. Some of this report requires that the consultant or the, how do you put it, that the consultants will be paid by the developer. Is that right? Like who's going to choose? Okay, he may be paid by the developer, but who chooses the consultant? Because if Mr. Smith hires Mrs. Smith to do the work, how can we be assured that it's going to be
okay, so I'll turn.
Study?
Sorry to interrupt. So to your worship, to the councillor. So alternative 1, basically staff is going to do a proposal call for consultants to undertake the work. And there are multiple studies. So there's the planning justification, but there would be an environmental impact study that would have to be done, traffic study, service. Those would all be undertaken through proposal calls by town staff. And the developer or group of developers would be expected to pay the town to reimburse the consultants. The second alternative is that the consultant takes on that process and staff basically sit there and participate, much the same as, I'll use an analogy, if we were hiring a new staff person, it would be a committee of people who would select, and you would participate and assign a score to that. So if the consultant was choosing, we would have staff people sitting on that committee who would then score the consulting firms as to whether or not they could adequately do the job.
Councillor Noyes?
Thank you for that. It's somewhat reassuring, but I'm still concerned that some of these consultants themselves who are going to respond to our request for proposals are actually in a conflict position. And I don't think there's any onus on them to report that, right? Like,
Mr. Hurlovich?
Well, you would write that into the proposal call.
oh, okay, that's good to know. I'm just wanting to make sure that that's done. Okay, in regards to, on, what page is this on? On page 5 of 7, there's a comment there made, staff have contacted with or have been contacted by representatives of the major landowners who have expressed interest in advancing the process and the willingness to discuss alternative arrangements, including financing the secondary plan. So they're all in favor of this because it's going to help them proceed with their development, right?
Mr. Hurlovich?
So through your worship to the councillor, the landowners group could then say they want to proceed, but we would still bring a report to council outlining that landowners group 1, 2, 3 now wishes to proceed with their study and seek your input on that, because we have an assigned system of bringing forward secondary plans, which council approved in December of 2021.
Just one further question. How many of these secondary plans do we propose to be done every year? Do we have any?
There's no number.
Right. Depends on our resources.
Okay, thank you.
Any other councillors on that? So, Mr. Hurlovich, just to clarify, the idea that a developer or developers, you call them PLGs or participating landowner groups. These would have to be this would have to be a limited number of developers or a developer that owns a large enough parcel of land to justify this. And I think there's a couple of examples right now that exist in the town. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so these would be, say, a number of developers that own a large area that would be wanting to, such as the Bridgeburg North secondary plan. There's I think a group of 4.
That's correct, Your
landowners.
Worship. There are four landowner groups that own the land that would be subject to the secondary plan for Bridgeburg North.
So is it basically if they wanted to proceed, they would have to come to you as a director of planning, tell you that they'd like to consider the town hiring a consultant for which they would pay so that the consultant could proceed with a secondary plan in Bridgeburg North? Is that?
That's correct.
Or alternatively, it could be somebody, I think there's a parcel in Crystal Beach that's been added to the urban boundary recently by the region. That developer could do the same thing, come forward and say, I'd like to have the town proceed with the secondary plan. We will pay for the consultant. You hire whoever you think is appropriate.
My preference would be that the town would select the consultant.
Right.
Is that, okay, yes.
Right. You select whoever you think is appropriate to do this job. So your recommendation would retain the town's control over who does the secondary plan, and it would be pursuant to our policies. And the only thing the developers essentially would do would be to ask for us to accelerate their secondary plan by hiring a planning consultant to do the work, and they would pay us at the end.
That was the intent, yes.
Do they pay us, now that I think about it, would they provide the deposit beforehand so that we've got money? We're not going to go through the secondary plan and then have them not pay us, are we?
I think that sounds like a good plan, Your Worship.
Yeah, I think we need to do that because they might not like the results of the secondary plan, and I wouldn't want them to think they don't have to pay for it. Any other questions arising out of this? Councillor Noyes?
Just one question in regards to when a secondary plan is going to be requested. I see in the report, it talks about for any expansion more than 15 acres, right? Is that?
Hectares.
Hectares, acres. I guess there's 10 hectares in an acre or something, or 10 acres in a hectare.
Your Worship, if I can address that.
Yes, please do.
15 hectares is a number that has been set by the region. It's in their official plan and the plan that was approved by the province. So yes, any land mass that's greater than 15 hectares would be subject to a secondary plan. So it's 14.5 hectares. We would not need to do a secondary plan.
Just a follow-up to that then. So then if it doesn't have that amount of land, the 15 hectares, then we probably wouldn't be asking for a secondary plan.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions on this? If not, then I'm going to call the question with respect to the report. All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. That then takes us beyond the consent agenda, and it takes us to Planning and Development Services, Councillor Dubanow.
Yes, Your Worship, thank you. Planning and Development Services is in session for the evening. We have no presentations or delegations on the agenda. Surprisingly, we have no reports, Your Worship. You did all the heavy lifting on those this evening. Do we have any new business or inquiries from members of council this evening? Councillor Noyes.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Dubanow. Just a while back, we were talking about, I think we asked for a report regarding chickens or hens, and I'm just wondering do we have any idea what the timeline is for that? Because it's been a while, and I know I've received a few requests, and I'm sure if I've received them, I'm pretty sure the rest of council has achieved them, and everybody knows the price of eggs. So,
As it was 30 years ago.
Should see them in Buffalo, Your Worship. Price of eggs there.
Much cheaper here.
Oh, yeah, cheaper here for once.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Councillor Noyes.
okay, well, now I'm paying about $7 for a dozen, and have no plans on having chickens either. But anyway, I'm just wondering what the timeline for that report can be. Again, I can remember that we had a report that was pretty well detailed before, and there was just going to be some updating of it, but it's been a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Hurlovich?
Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor, I will follow up and I'll send an email to council on timing on that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Noyes?
Nothing further,
Thank you. Any other members of council have, yes, Councillor Christensen.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Hurlovich, I inquired about this. The property at 3285 Thunder Bay Road, which is at Burleigh and Thunder Bay on the southeast corner, was clear-cut immediately after the blizzard, although the town has an agreement with the developer that they were not to remove trees without town permission. They did not have it. And I'm just, this is, I believe, well, just at a recent council meeting, the planning department skillfully extracted some compensation, but these trees, the trees that had already been thinned 3 years ago, were substantial size, about, I don't know what it is, about about that big, about a foot around. I'm sorry, I can't do the thing in my head right now, but I have a real concern about constant clear cutting. I understand some developers are repeat offenders, and I'm wondering whether the sanctions that we have and the replacement policy is sufficient to reduce the clear cutting as we move forward through the years.
Mr. Hurlovich, do you have any insight into that or any comment?
I wish I did, Mr. Chair. I will take a look and see whether or not we can strengthen our policies, but you know what happens, and that is the bad performers, find it cheaper to apologize, but maybe as Councillor Christensen says, we need some stronger penalties, and that's what I think we need to look at.
Yeah, thank you very much. And one thing, Councillor Christensen, we have, I believe this week on Thursday, we have another, I think it is this Thursday, we have another Planning and Development Services Subcommittee meeting, so we might be able to bounce that back and forth with staff. Your Worship, did you want to add something to that?
Just a couple of things. There were inquiries about a tree preservation plan at that site, and I don't know whether we ever got to the bottom of what happened with the tree preservation plan. Wonder if Mr. Hurlovich has any information on that.
Yeah, are you familiar with that, Mr. Hurlovich?
I know the development we're talking about, but I thought there was a tree plan, but whether or not it was followed, I can't say.
Okay, so
Your Worship?
I think that's something that we need to determine to make sure that if there was one, it has been followed, and if there is one and it hasn't been followed, that there's appropriate action taken. Which kind of leads me to the we many years ago adopted a tree bylaw. We basically handed off the responsibility of that to the region, but they have a limit on how small a parcel of land they will get engaged in. So we may want to pull out whatever our bylaw was and maybe take a look at whether we should be actually getting more actively engaged, because you see a lot of trees coming down all over the place. Some of them, it's hard to understand why. Others, when we approve developments, there will be trees removed, but if there's a tree preservation plan, we would expect that should be honored. So my request would be that we ask Mr. Hurlovich to look into the status of the tree bylaw and whether there are some things that we should be doing to maybe dust that off.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I see Mr. Hurlovich diligently taking some notes there, so I think he's going to follow up and provide us some insight. Did you want to comment on that, or are you satisfied with the mayor's comments?
I'll follow up with that and report back to council.
Thank you very much. Was there anything else, Councillor Christensen?
No, not at this point.
You mentioned the repeat offenders. That's a very important point, and I'm glad you pointed that out. Any other members of council this evening? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. One quick question I had with respect to the noise bylaw being looked at. I just wanted to see if there was any opportunity for us to look at fines that are staggered in terms of first offense, second offense, third offense, and also with respect to our zoning bylaw, individuals that go out to look for complaints come in, then the inspectors go out. From time to time, I understand that often it can be a snitch call or a nuisance call that leads to nothing. Is there any opportunity for us to look at cost recovery for repeat offenders that make false calls into our office? And I'll use the example of Ministry of Solicitor General when it comes to animal welfare services. If they are faced with repeat offenders who knowingly make false calls that drain on the system, they do go after them for cost recovery. I don't think they really disclose what those amounts are, but I'm just wondering if that's something that can be maybe looked at if we're looking at both the noise bylaws as well as the property standards or when bylaws involved.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Mr. Hurlovich, was Mr. McCaffrey planning on presenting the noise and nuisance bylaw report on the 22nd? So it says tentative on the business status report. I was just wondering if he's still planning on doing that.
That was still our goal. I believe we were going to seek some legal advice in terms of the bylaw and the wording, so we can take a look at whether or not we could actually put the kind of penalties in that Councillor Lewis is referring to.
Thank you very much. That would be good. Councillor Lewis, did you have anything else?
No, that's everything. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Any other members of council this evening? Questions or comments, new business or inquiries? Any questions regarding the business status report? And I just note, Your Worship, February 27th looks like a very busy day.
It does, and I was just wondering whether there's a meeting on February 22nd or that was maybe aspirational at one point. It's now been put over to March the 6th.
Your Worship, there is one on February 22nd following budget. If budget is canceled, we'll still have the council and committee meeting on the 22nd.
As well as a March 6th meeting.
As well as March 6th.
It's a busy place in Fort Erie, Your Worship. Was there anything else?
Yeah, just I'm just wondering, so there's 3 reports here for February the 26th. None of them are public meetings, and I'm just wondering whether any of them need to be dealt with before February 27th. So maybe we could look at that, the clerk and the CAO within the next couple of days.
Yep.
Because I know there's a meeting scheduled for March the 6th that's going to have a number of public meetings, which was really the intent of having an extra meeting.
Yep. Yeah, I recall they added the March 6th as well, because, yeah, things are getting quite busy in planning. That's very, very important observation there, Your Worship. Was there anything else you wanted to add about on this? Any other members of council? So I'll go back to the agenda then. So in that case, I think we're done in Planning and Development Services this evening, Your Worship. I hand the chair back to you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dubanow. That takes us to Infrastructure Services, and that would be Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. As you mentioned earlier, Mr. Widener, the drainage engineer, will not be making a presentation, but we have two additional delegations. One is Marcy Jacklin, Community Voices of Fort Erie, regarding Waverly Beach Trail reconstruction. I think she's stepping up. And can you give your address again? Thank you.
And we believe that right from the beginning, and we still believe that it's important, that the Waverly Beach is important, and so that makes the trail very important. I've been talking with several experts, and in fact, I had several communications and discussions today, so that's why my presentation might not reflect exactly what
It's okay, I think it might be having trouble. I can click along for you.
Oh, can you? Thank you. Thank you so much. So we know what happened to the trail. It's in pretty rough shape. But that walkway has been around for more than a century, so it's very historic. And it allows people to make a connection with that history. Next slide, please. But there's also a very important wellness aspect. I talked to a lot of people because of our role with the hearing, and so many people told me, especially during COVID, how important that area was to them. And in fact, several people admitted to me that it probably saved their lives because they were able to get that relief from all the stress of family problems and COVID and everything. So it really is a huge part of the community. But we're also, I've also been concerned about the access people will have to the lake, because there's very few places that people can actually get down to the lake and have that amazing view of Buffalo. And so what we want to think, what we're asking you to think about is and the report from the staff was very good. It gave lots of good options, but we think that managing it so that it incorporates nature more and uses more natural items to create the trail so that damage might not be as significant in the future. Next slide. So there's many ways of approaching this. Concrete, and I've heard this from several experts, is not a great surface for the trails, no matter how it's used, and it's costly to install, and more importantly, it's costly to replace. So I think it's time to think about some alternative options in terms of what kind of trail materials should be used. Pavement is a good option according to the experts I've talked to. I'm certainly not an expert about that. And I've heard limestone is actually a really good option because, it's more natural and easier to incorporate. Every expert I talked to said that really we need to talk to a coastal engineer to make sure that we're preserving as much of the shoreline as we can for people to enjoy. Next slide. And it's been done in many other places, so I talked with somebody from the Waterfront Trust, and that's what they're doing, is they're developing trails all along the Great Lakes. And they've had many successful projects, particularly on the North Shore of Lake Ontario. And one in particular was Second Marsh in Ajax and Whitby, where they had a similar situation where, with storms and everything destroying the natural habitat and then coming up onto the land and destroying the land as well. Next slide. So that's just an ad about the Second Marsh, and you can see it incorporates nature really nicely with human activity and gives people a really nice experience. Obviously, we don't have that much property to deal with, but and they used asphalt in that situation. But we've got different options, I believe, because it's a smaller area. Next slide. So this is what I wanted to get down to, is the updates that I got today. And several people said to me, what we really need first, before we need the trail, is a balanced management plan for that area. Because we need to incorporate the wellness, why people want to be there, the history, and the ecology of that area. And that will lend itself, a good management plan will lend itself to building a trail that incorporates all those aspects and makes it very functional for the community as well as for nature. So what they were suggesting is we really need this big picture view before we zone in and do the functional parts. Although they also said we could do something temporary so that we do have a trail. And I think option C is probably the best strategy right now for that. But really, we really need this big picture plan, and it needs to be done on the advice of local knowledge, I want to say. So we've got a really good EAC committee. I can say that because my husband's on it. So I guess I have some vested interest in that. But we also have the Burt Miller Nature Club, who've done many projects in this area. They're stewards of the Shagbark Trail and multiple other bird-friendly cities, all sorts of other projects that they do really well and could have a really good voice, positive voice in a big picture management plan. Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority is, now got some really good people there and could really give us some helpful advice as well. And of course, and let's not forget, people who really should have a voice in this, and that's the Indigenous community, because there are artifacts in that remaining area. So they should obviously be involved in this as well. So as president of Community Voices of Fort Erie, we'd like to recommend option C as a temporary solution until there is a proper big picture management plan.
Thank you. Do anybody on council have any questions? Mayor Redekop.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Ms. Jacqueline for coming out and providing us with this background and providing me with some leads for contacts with Waterfront Trust. You say option C is temporary. Option C is being utilized as a temporary. They're just using the existing walkway. Mm-hmm. So are you suggesting that there should be some enhancement to that in the interim?
Well, obviously, part of it is going through the woods. So I would say don't do anything dramatic in the woods, like let's not use concrete in there or anything that's going to disturb the ecology. and who knows, maybe some artifacts there as well. So I think be cautious if you're going into the woods.
So let me ask this from the other direction.
Okay.
What do you mean when you say option C, temporary?
Well, I think we shouldn't do anything dramatic right away, and option C seems to be the best option that way because we've already got part of the walkway. But reconstructing the rest, maybe we should sit back and get some advice from a coastal engineer to see if that's very practical. In my mind, I would prefer that because it does less destruction in the woods. Although the woods will need help eventually too, because there's a lot of invasive species, but I think that species are struggling in there now. You know, the destruction has been massive. The biodiversity has dropped almost to zero. And so it's pretty horrendous for those of us who used to really enjoy being there. I can't go there, I can't stomach it anymore. But I think that, you know, with some work and a proper evaluation, we can do some restoration work there, which is why I don't think going into the woods too much is going to be, I'm worried that people will stray off the path and do more damage to the woods. And, you know, with people thinking that we can redirect people from larger new developments coming to Waverly, and then we've got 300 people coming in, you know, in the development if it's ever done. That, you know, there's going to be a lot more stress in the woods, and that's going to be, you know, a lot of pressure on the ecology of that area. Yeah, a lot. There's no undergrowth there, for instance, because people let their dogs roam and things like that. So I think the more we can I don't want to say control, but manage that area so that there's more respect for the ecology, I think it'll be a better situation.
Let me try this one more time from
okay.
another route. If we were to take some time to consult Waterfront Trust, Parks Canada, Toronto Conservation Authority, Toronto Region Conservation Authority, to see what could be done along the waterfront, is there a need to do anything internally through the woods in terms of option C?
I would prefer not.
Okay. So then let me ask you one more question. In terms of this larger picture that you spoke of, if I might, Chair, you spoke of this larger picture and managing the wooded area. Do you have any suggestions on how that might unfold? I know that we do have an agreement, the municipality has an agreement with Burt Miller Nature Club with respect to Shagbark Trail. Is that what you're thinking of?
Friends of, or something where they have, you know, their input is significant, but I think there should be multiple partners, and you know, so I definitely think MPCA should be involved, and you know, the other groups that I mentioned should definitely be partners, and somebody from planning department, so that we can, you know, there may be ideas that we come up with that is not feasible for us in terms of planning, you know what I mean, and
yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair.
Any further questions? Councillor Dubanow.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Atkin, thank you very much for your presentation. I'm glad you mentioned Oshawa. My mother lived up there for a while, and from Intrepid Park all the way over, they have a beautiful waterfront on Lake Ontario.
Yeah, they're so lucky.
But I digress. You mentioned a few things in your presentation, which I think were very good. You had mentioned that you discussed this with experts. Can you provide us with the information you had, because it might help us make a decision further on? Thank you for that. And then
some were phone conversations, so it's just my notes, but I do have some, yeah.
Anything that could help us, and we do appreciate that. And you had mentioned as well about like interim options, like C or you know, things that we can do until we sort out the situation with the waterfront. So my understanding from your presentation, you're not, as long as we, from what I gather, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, you're not against utilizing the interior trail as long as we're smart about it. Am I understanding you correctly?
Yeah, and I was under the impression there was a lot of pressure to move forward as quickly as possible, but I think the more time we take, the better, we'll have something that's better. And I'm not an expert, and it's going to be a balance. Can we develop something the whole way along the shoreline, which would be perfect and highly desirable, but is it practical? And is it going to be expensive? So I guess those are the questions I would have. That would be my preference, to have it along the shoreline.
And if I may...
Councillor Dubanow?
Thank you, Councillor Noyes. My apology. I was looking towards the mayor. And just to expand on that, so if, as long as we're careful and we figure out ways to manage this properly, be, sensitive in what we do and use sustainable, construction methods, there's an existing trail that runs through the woods right from Waverly Park all the way across, and I've used it as kind of a cycle route temporarily. It's like a secret garden in there. It's beautiful. And I'm of the opinion, like you said, you like children in woods, you love it. I've always been, get people into these areas so that they can see it and they see how beautiful it is. You wouldn't have any issue with us finding a way to smartly enhance that whole area to ensure that individuals can enjoy it and children can enjoy it and residents can?
Not at all. I mean, in fact, the vernal pools that we proposed at the hearing were intended to be child-friendly so that the kids could see frogs and snakes and things like that. Because I think that, well, two things. I think the interaction with nature is part of our core being. And if you've been in Waverly Woods before it has changed, you will feel it. I'm sure you will, unless I don't know, there's something wrong with you. I think if you don't feel how special it is. And
I felt it.
Yeah, so and I hope other people have had that experience. The other thing is, because we had the hearing, we got that east end of the woods. I mean, that was going to be a road. So we especially feel compelled to make sure that it's treated in the way that it should be for the ecology, as well as the artifacts that are in there. But the wellness too is important. The other thing, no, that's what I wanted to say. Yeah. Okay.
Anything further, Councillor?
No, it's just I appreciate you coming here this evening and providing that info, and I'm glad we had this little talk here. I hope we continue to have dialogue, because we have to make that area very special now that it's going to be coming into town hands, and I think that's something we can work together on.
It does need a lot of help. There's lots of Norway maple in there, and they're not. And funnily enough, in the tree saving plan for the developer, they saved all sorts of Norway maples, but they cut down elms and just all sorts of...
I know, we could...
You're answering a question that hasn't been asked yet.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much, Councillor Noyes. Thank you.
I do that all the time.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
That brings us to our next presenter, June Chip, at 5551 Scott Avenue. Welcome, Ms. Chip. I think we have your name and your address.
So you got my name and my address? Good. Okay. Are these on, the red lights? Yes, okay. So, good evening, Mayor Redekop, councillors, staff, and members of the public. I'm a resident of Fort Erie, and I visit Waverly Beach Park and the adjoining Erie Beach Woods frequently. So I take great interest in the reconstruction of the trail at that location. Recently, I went on to Let's Talk Fort Erie website with the intention of voting on the options presented. However, I was unable to make a choice because I believe that none of the options as presented were suitable. And there was no box to tick for none of the above, with adequate space to make comments and suggestions. So I did send in an email instead. I note that there were only 48 replies to the survey. Considering the importance of this topic, I believe this is a low number. I don't know, but I thought so. And so I think there may be others who felt as I did and declined to take the survey. It is apparent from the new report that has come out tonight, that has come out with this tonight's presentation by the town, that the original project was not adequately researched. And I say that because in this report, new information has come to light. Option B, a raised promenade with a supporting armor stone revetment, which means a seawall, actually garnered the most votes. But in the new report, we read the following. A coastal engineer has advised that there is not enough room along the beach, and it will necessitate removing a strip of the woods along the top of the beach, 20 to 25 trees. And this wall that is being proposed, along with a railing along that, will effectively block any access to the beachfront for both humans and wildlife. And the structure of the wall has been changed from armor stone to armor stone or precast block. In other words, cement. So imagine that, a 6-foot-high concrete block wall along that beautiful beach. That would look like an industrial landscape. So option D, oh, I'm sorry, I also had a question regarding it. If they did go ahead with, hopefully they won't, but if they went ahead with this option for the wall, would this require any permits from provincial or federal ministries? So moving on, option D, a concrete path through the entire wood from Waverly Beach Park end to the Lakeshore Road end is the option that staff is recommending. It would be 3 meters wide, which for us old school people is 9.8 feet, or almost 10 feet wide. So imagine that now, a 10-foot wide concrete highway running through the middle of this wood with probably cyclists and possibly rollerbladers whizzing by you. And I think that this would totally spoil the natural, calm feel of this woodland trail. And besides, it would be a barrier to wildlife, and it would disturb the root systems of the trees. So in my email to the town, I suggested a boardwalk through the wood. And they countered it with various reasons why it would not be suitably, principally maintenance issues. However, in today's world, there are other options. And when I was on the Bay Beach Committee with the Friends of Crystal Beach, we were seeking a solution for benches that would both look natural and be maintenance-free. We found the answer in synthetic wood made of recycled plastic. So if you look at the benches that we put in at Bay Beach, they have been a great success. Now this also can be done with boardwalks. And if you look on the internet, there are numerous companies that provide these synthetic boardwalks, which are described as cost-effective, durable, and sustainable. So I believe this option should be considered. Having said this, on reading this new report, there appears to be a solution which would solve the immediate goal of this project, which is to replace the damaged promenade on the beach. In the original report, options C and D, the path through the wood, included, in addition to that, reinstatement of the path along the damaged beach. Now, I assumed that such a path would not be accessible to the standards and would therefore not be sufficient on its own. I now read on page 3 of the new report, The trail area that was damaged along the waterfront will be reconstructed to a gravel path meeting accessibility requirements. And on page 2, the reinstatement of the destroyed waterfront section to an AODA compliant gravel path, and also described on page 4 as a compacted granular path. AODA, of course, stands for Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act. So if this path is both accessible and it would continue to give us access to the lakeshore that we all enjoy now, well, is this not the obvious solution to this problem? In conclusion, I propose the following. 1, construct the gravel, fully accessible path along the beach. I think this should be fast-tracked to be started this spring and completed for use this summer. And 2, if it is further desired to make the Woodland Trail accessible to all pedestrians, consider a synthetic boardwalk through the wood. There is also the possibility of making it a one-way path, leaving the beach as a two-way. This would mean the boardwalk could be made much narrower and less intrusive. It could also be made off limits to cyclists and rollerbladers. Now, before finishing, I have one important question. Options C and D for a path through the woods are contingent on the town acquiring all the land zoned environmental protection, which contains the wood which the path is situated. As far as I know, this land is still all privately owned. So at this point, this entire discussion is hypothetical. So my question is, has the town actually acquired this land yet? If not, has there been agreement that the town will acquire it and that financial requirements have been met? If so, on what date do they intend to transfer the deed to the town? And I hope I can get a response on this for us all tonight. Thank you for your time and attention.
Ms. Chip,
Do you have any questions?
I would imagine that answer when the report comes on the floor.
Oh, okay.
Sure those questions are answered.
Yeah.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
So that brings us to report IS 2002-2023, the Waverly Beach Trail Reconstruction. Any comments or questions? I'm sorry? Oh. I saw Councillor Lewis raise his hand. Moved by Councillor Lewis. Thank you. The report's now on the floor. For comments or questions, Mayor Redekop.
Yeah, just a few comments. The first, so we've had two presentations tonight which appear to be at odds with each other to some respect. However, in terms of the land, the town of Fort Erie has had discussions with the current owner. Part of the approval for the development required lands to be conveyed to the municipality. We intend to acquire the balance of the property, and we have identified a funding source. So that will take place. I can't tell you the timing because it's really tied to the subdivision agreement that will eventually be entered into with respect to the project. So that's not really much of a problem. I have had, courtesy of Marcy Jacklin, I was able to touch base with the executive director of the Waterfront Regeneration Trust and had a conversation with respect to opportunities regarding this path. She's familiar with the site. She's familiar with the report that we've got before us tonight. And I asked her a couple of questions. I asked her whether she was aware of any resources that might be able to assist us to determine whether or not reconstructing the trail along the waterfront is feasible from a financial perspective and feasible from a resiliency perspective, because I enjoyed the trail along the waterfront. I would love to have it replaced along the waterfront, but I'm not prepared to spend $1 gazillion if it's going to be blown out at some point in time over the next 10 years. So that's something she said that she was familiar with work being done by the Toronto Region Conservation Authority right now. She also said that Parks Canada apparently has been working with the TRCA with respect to some work along the waterfront in Toronto near, I think she said, the Rouge Valley. She also indicated that there may be some funding opportunities which she would look into and provide information to me. So subject to what other, I'm not going to ask a bunch of questions that I had. I'm not going to delve into this too much. If there are other councillors that wish to speak, that's great. But I'm going to be asking that this report be deferred for 2 months so that we can get some further information, maybe have some dialogue with Waterfront Regeneration Trust, which we did deal with 20 years ago when we were putting in our own recreation trails. David Crombie, some of you might remember, was in town. He was the original executive director, as well as the Toronto Region Conservation Authority. Ms. Kaler, who is the executive director of the Waterfront Regeneration Trust, has indicated she can connect me with them and with the Trans-Canada Trail, which also might have some funding. So that's going to be my intention, subject to any questions that councillors might have between now and then.
I'll see if anybody else on council. Councillor Dubanow?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, I just want to ask really quickly, because I'm not disagreeable to what the mayor is requesting. I'm concerned if this prejudices us. You know, I don't know if we were planning on doing anything this summer anyway, and I mean, this is just an information report, so I'm sure staff can continue doing the work in, behind the scenes. But I'm just wondering if we did postpone this, would this have any impact, or would it just allow us to update the report with some more information later on before making a decision?
I'm not sure who I should give that question to.
Kelly Walsh.
I was thinking Mr. Walsh. That was who I was going to go to. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, Councillor Dubanow, can you repeat that? I was listening, but...
No, that's fine, and sometimes I stumble over my words when I'm trying to make a point.
Councillor Dubanow?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Would we be putting ourselves into any situation where we may not be able to construct on a decent timetable if we postpone this by 2 months? Or are staff going to continue to be able to work in the background and then just bring us an updated report in 2 months with some additional information?
Through you, Madam Chair, I do not believe there's any timelines on our MDRA funding. Although delaying any work does not preclude us from performing future works along the waterfront trail in the future. As the mayor points out, it's a lot of money that's coming directly out of town coffers. The MDRA grant does not cover any strengthening of the waterfront trail at all. It's more or less just covering the replacement of a sidewalk, which I think we all agree is a horrible idea. So that would be my comment on that.
Councillor Dubanow?
Yeah, thank you. So so we can be able to continue to move the process along is essentially what I'm hearing. And if I could touch on that, Madam Chair, if for whatever reason council did make a decision to do as an interim measure, option C or option C plus D or something like that, it wouldn't preclude us from obtaining funding from other sources in the future to properly upgrade the waterfront portion of the trail, if that's what I just heard correctly.
I don't know if Mr. Walsh can answer that, but...
That's, Madam Chair, that's what I was trying to say, and I forgot to say that the report tonight asked for council's blessing and endorsement to go ahead with design of C and D. That's a change in scope from what the original program was, and that's why this report is in front of us. We can keep designing it with council's blessing, is how I would take that.
Okay.
Councillor Dubanow?
I'm going to make some comments about this, and then I'll mull over my decision on how we proceed. I want to thank Ms. Jacqueline for coming up and speaking this evening. I was very pleased with some of the information provided. I thought the reference to Oshawa was fantastic because they have an amazing waterfront, and I don't think a lot of people know that unless they're familiar with waterfronts across the province. It's not something you think about in Oshawa, but you got Intrepid Park right at the Whitby side, and then it continues across. It's pretty impressive. Ms. Jacqueline did mention the special feeling that you get when you're down in that area, and you absolutely do. You get one feeling when you're out on the water and you're seeing the sun shining and reflecting and the bald eagles and everything. It's pretty impressive. And then you have another feeling when you go on the inside, and it's almost like a secret garden. The tree canopy blocks out the sun, even on the sunniest day. It's a lot cooler than where you are, and it's just it's phenomenal. It's a small piece of land, and they are not very long trails, but in my opinion, they're both two of the most beautiful, ideally multi-use facilities that we have in this entire region and perhaps in this area of the province. As I've been speaking on this, I think it's still really important, regardless of what council decides to do, whether we, go forward and decide that we want to proceed right away with, resiliency on the waterfront portion, whether we, do any of the combinations. I think I'm not going to support deferring this because I don't think it precludes us from being able to properly address the concerns raised about the waterfront portion, the funding, ensuring that we have the correct material, that we aren't using too much concrete. I think for speaking with Ms. Jacqueline in the past, she even said that there's like things that we can use with wood and dead trees and other things as like kind of a buffer. It's not saying that necessarily council is going to endorse what comes forward, and I do think we have to have some dialogue with the stewards of that land and the nature clubs to ensure that they're going to be the ones who are in there, doing the cleanup and the restoration, so we have to have them. But I think fundamentally, my feeling is I want both. And I'm just going to say that out flat. If we had an unlimited amount of money, I would say do them both. Have a nice environmental trail through the trees and have a beautiful waterfront promenade along the water, but we don't have that option. The climate change resiliency required is not covered by the MDRF. We're in a real tight spot right now with inflation and other financial pressures. My feeling is if we look into option C or D and do it in a very environmentally insensitive manner, that we can look at climate change resiliency funding and other things that come forward for that portion. And then that way it's not too much of a burden for Fort Erie taxpayers. So I'm going to be supporting that we continue, assuming council, if what happens, I'll be supporting that we continue with this, but this is just the beginning. There's a lot that we have to flesh out, a lot we need to look at, and we're just getting started. So those are my comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. Any further comments or questions? Seeing that, I do have a question for Mr. Walsh. Mr. Walsh, what is the state of the trail today in regards to functionality and safety?
Madam Chair, do you mean the trail through the woods?
The trail along the
old trail.
The old trail.
It is closed and inaccessible.
Okay. So if we defer this, it will remain closed and inaccessible.
Correct.
And if we proceed, we can hopefully improve the functionality and in regards to making it a walkway, so to speak, that people can use in regards to the AODA standards and et cetera.
That is the intent.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Redekop.
Yeah, so Madam Chair, the reality is we can't do anything in the woods right now. We can't do anything until we own the land. We don't own the land. We're not going to own the land for at least a couple of months. And, with all due respect, option C and D can't be done environmentally sensitively. I think that's the message that we got from Marcy Jacqueline. So one of the comments that Ms. Kaler, the Executive Director of the Waterfront Regeneration Trust, made in one of her messages to me today was, any trail should be part of a comprehensive protection and stewardship plan for the woodland and associated waterfront. So in my view, a 2-month deferral of this allows us a number of things. To find out more about what the options might be with respect to running this trail along the waterfront. It may not be option A, B, C, or D. And it also allows us an opportunity to start speaking to the environmental community about engaging them in a management plan. So I don't have enough information, in all sincerity, to vote on any of these options tonight, and that's why I'm going to move that we defer this for 2 months so that we can obtain further information, have some dialogue with the parties that the Waterfront Regeneration Trust can connect us with, and start to engage the environmental community with respect to a management plan for the wooded area once it becomes in our ownership. Because the reality is we can't do anything in the woods until we own it in any event.
Mayor Redekop, I'm going to ask you to hold back deferral. I see that Councillor Lewis wanted to comment, and I see Councillor Dubanow wants to comment again. So I'll let Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of comments, and the mayor knows I'm well familiar with Marcy's Woods, and having taken part in the canoe protest from Marcy's Woods to Toronto to try and deal with that disaster at the time that was being presented to the community. I don't think the residents in the room necessarily know that you did bring up some of these concerns a couple of weeks back in the infrastructure services meeting that both Councillor Noyes and I sat in on. I do think we have one opportunity here to do something right. My concern is now looking at a parallel in my ward with Point Avenue Road, which is now seeing itself being redesigned for the second time in 20 years. That's another one where I think we need to make sure that what we do is the right decision at the right time for the long term. I do have one question with respect to the 2-month deferral. Is there any way that we can add on to that if there is information ready before that time, that it come back prior to 2 months? Because I think that speaks to some of the other councillors' concerns where we do want to get working on this project. We do realize that it is an asset to the community, but we also need to make sure that we're making an informed decision and one that's ready for the long term. So I would just ask, I know there's no amendment on the table right now, but a friendly one to just add some language that if information is ready before the 2-month period, that it come back to council sooner than later.
I don't think we can add that to a deferral, but I think the staff are here and they've heard it, and I'm sure if there's something that comes forward, they can let us know. I'm assuming, and I see the Councillor Dubanow, and I see the mayor looking at me like I've done something I shouldn't have done.
This trail has been damaged since October the 31st, 2019. It's been 3.5 years. We've gone through a long period of time. So what if we have to wait a few more months to make sure that we get this done right? I mean, I think at this stage of the game, we're all anxious. I get it. But the reality is people are still walking along that part of the trail that is still existing, that hasn't been damaged. They're diverting up into the woods and going out, or coming in through the woods and going down to the trail. So it's not as if, and you know, people traversed this area before there was even a concrete trail. So it's not as if 2 months is going to be the be-all or end-all of this project. I know that there are people that would like to get it done sooner rather than later, so would I. But I think that there are opportunities here that we may miss if we try to rush this through.
Okay. Councillor Dubanow, last time, and then we're going to go to the mayor for the deferral.
No, and that's fine, Madam Chair. Just two points to bring up. I'm not going to support the deferral because I heard Mr. Walsh say earlier that if we support this report, they will prepare the waterfront portion up to a standard that would allow them to take the fence down and essentially reopen it. So that's the first reason why I wouldn't defer this, because that means that would be closed for potentially into a period of time when we have some really nice weather that individuals might like to get out there. So I'm not going to support it for that reason. The second point, perhaps I heard some of the presentations differently, but I don't think I saw anything that said we could not reconstruct some form of trail internally that was not environmentally sensitive. Certainly, we have other trail systems at Passer Woods and other areas, both in our municipality and outside, that are functional and that are sensitive to the natural environment. So the suggestion that we cannot do that, I don't buy that, because we don't have a copy of a report here that actually outlines a design. And if we defer this, we won't get that, and we won't have that answer for certain. So, and the one point I want to make when it comes to forests and everything, Ms. Jacqueline mentioned earlier, she loves seeing children in the woods, and I do too. Having individuals pass through wooded, sensitive areas, you know, there's the one risk that you may have damage and things occur, but on the flip side, you know, there's a saying, sunlight sanitizes, and there's not a lot of sunlight inside Waverly Woods, but the sunlight is the people who walk through there, and they look and they say, that tree is damaged, that garbage has been left there, we need to get there and clean it up. You know, our environmental community, the conservation clubs and Burt Miller Nature Club, they can go through there and they can do the work. So I don't, I believe we need individuals to enjoy these wooded areas, to see what they are, to enjoy what it is to be inside them, because when you don't experience that, it makes it that easier to say, just shovel them and plow them down. So I'm not going to support a deferral, and we'll see how the vote goes. Thank you very much.
Mayor Redekop, do you want to put the deferral on the floor?
I move that we defer this for 2 months. That would take us, I think, to April the 20th, so that we can obtain further information with respect to the options for reconstructing the trail and potential additional funding sources, and begin to consult the environmental community with respect to a management and stewardship plan for the wooded area.
Okay. The deferral is now on the floor. All those in favor of the deferral? The deferral carries. That brings us to new business inquiries. Mayor Redekop?
So since we just left the trail and there's some concern about utilization of the trail, I wonder if it's possible for us to get out and clean up that portion of the trail at Waverly Beach that hasn't been damaged, because there's a lot of debris there, and it's difficult for people to pass. So I'm just wondering if that might be possible in the interim.
Mr. Walsh?
Madam Chair, is the mayor referring to the concrete trail that wasn't smashed?
Right.
Because I believe that was fenced off right at the edge of the park.
No, you can walk along the concrete trail where it hasn't been damaged to the point where it breaks off. And so that's quite open, that's still open to the public, and the public is walking up and down there all the time.
Okay, noted.
Thank you.
So I think that's a yes.
I think that was yes.
Any further business inquiries? Seeing none, that brings us to the business status report. Any comments or questions? Oh,
That's already been removed from the,
that
that's
was
been
already
taken off the
removed.
agenda. I took it off. I believe that I have the ability to remove it. Yep.
business status report? Seeing none, infrastructure services is now closed. I return the chair back.
Thank you very much, Councillor Noyes. That takes us to corporate and community services. Councillor McDermott.
Thank you, Worship. We have no presentations and delegations. Could I have a member for CAO 03LC 01 2023 land minutes? Councillor Lewis, any comments or questions?
Oh, yeah, but you already declared it.
That's noted, yeah. Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Anybody have any new business inquiries? Councillor Christensen?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the other members of council. You may remember that late last year, the CIBC Bank branch in Ridgeway on Ridge Road announced that it would be closing with no prior public consultation. And it elicited a lot of concern among residents of Ridgeway, Thunder Bay, and Crystal Beach. Councillors Lewis, myself, and Mayor Redekop have had numerous inquiries about this and about possibilities. There has been a petition that both Councillor Lewis and I have supported the residents in terms of, if you want to petition, please go ahead. Behind the scenes, council members have been looking at strategies to address the issue of financial services and the potential future of CIBC in Ridgeway. So I'm going to ask the mayor. I understand the mayor had a recent meeting after our earlier discussions about a strategy, and I'd like to, if you could possibly expand on that.
Yeah, certainly can, Councillor McDermott, the chair. So yes, as you have mentioned, you and Councillor Lewis and I have been dealing with this matter, which is of great concern to the residents in Ridgeway. The CAO and I have had a couple of meetings with CIBC, one in person, one earlier today actually by Zoom, looking for some solutions that will meet the needs of the customers of the CIBC, but more importantly, the residents of this community. And we're waiting to hear back from the CIBC with respect to some proposals we've put to them, which you're aware of because you've been involved in this. And we expect to have a further meeting, hopefully not too much in the future. The CAO has made it patently clear that we're very concerned about there being an empty building on Ridge Road, one of our important downtown areas. And so they seem to be quite amenable to trying to move this process along. As I said, we've suggested some options for them. They're working on those options. Some of them are challenging to them, but you know, the CIBC has been, or at least its predecessor, first opened in Ridgeway in 1901. It's been a bank that's had a presence for 122 years in Ridgeway. It's served a lot of people, and a lot of people have been loyal customers of the CIBC over the years. So we're working on the CIBC's desire to recognize the needs of its customers and the residents of this community. I can't really say too much more at this point, but we're on it, and we have been on it, and I thank both of you for your diligence in participating in this.
Thank you, Your Worship. Any further business inquiries? Seeing none, is there anything under the business status report? Then back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor McDermott. That takes us to scheduling of meetings. Does anyone have any meetings that they wish? There's a Community Health Services meeting tomorrow. And what time is that at?
3 o'clock.
Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, we have a Planning and Development Services Subcommittee meeting. It's a second one because of how busy we've been. That one is on, just bear with me here. That's on February 16th at 3 p.m. here at Town Hall in Conference Room 2. And then I'm just looking here to see what we have for council meetings coming up. No, that's all I'm going to announce this evening, Your Worship.
Okay, Councillor Noyes.
There's a downtown Stevensville business meeting tomorrow via Zoom,
And what time is that at?
9 a.m.
And Councillor Christensen, so that meeting is Valentine's Day.
That's correct.
Right, and your meeting, Councillor Noyes, is Valentine's Day. So, okay, I did want to say that there was a resolution, so there is a Kin Week flag raising on Friday morning at, it says 8:45. But I think that's because there might be a breakfast involved there in some fashion. Okay, if there are no other meetings, Councillor Dubanow. over to you.
Yes, Your Worship, I'd like to move that council adjourn at 10, or council and committee adjourn at 10:12 PM this evening, Your Worship.
All those in favor? You guys in favor of adjourning? Get your hands up.
They're already getting out the door.